Okay. Good evening, everybody. It's April 19th, and we are convening a special meeting at 5:30. Allison, could I please get a roll call?
Councilmember Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Hara.
Here.
Councilmember Way.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kandel.
I'm here.
Mayor Paulson.
Here. Thank you. So we will now adjourn to a closed session, and then we'll reconvene to into the open session and announce any reportable action. Thank you.
Read the title of the closed session is a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, one potential case.
Okay, well, welcome, everybody. We started the recording on Zoom, and we're reconvening in open session from closed session, which we started at 5:30 with no reportable action, and we're ready to start the regular meeting on April 19th, the regular meeting of the Larkspur City Council. Allison, could I please get a roll call? Here.
Councilmember Hara.
Here.
Councilmember Way.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kandel.
I'm here.
Mayor Paulson.
Here, thank you. And if we could do the Pledge of Allegiance, all those of you who are able, please rise. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So our next item on the agenda tonight is public comment, and as you all are well aware, we have a public hearing. So any public comment is for items that are not on the agenda. So if anybody wishes, you can speak now. Mr. Holmes, if you could just approach the mic and tell us who you are, where you live.
James Holmes, Larkspur. I hope that all the council members and the staff all saw the Chronicle article yesterday about how the Ninth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals invalidated a ban on gas in new construction and renovations. I hope that this decision will make the city much more slow and cautious about plunging ahead with plans to enact the well-intended but premature and impractical idea of forcing new construction and renovations to depend completely on a single super expensive energy source, electricity, delivered by a still inadequate grid plagued by blackouts due to storms, heat, and winds, not to mention PG&E's deficiencies. Oh, and by the way, maybe the electricity only business isn't so well intended. At a meeting last month of the Bay Area Air Quality Board, several board members said that PG&E had told them that it wants to discontinue gas so that it doesn't have to maintain its old gas lines. Could electrification just be the PG&E wolf in environmentalist sheep clothing? Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Any other comments in the chamber? Public comment? Not on the agenda tonight. Seeing none, Allison, is there anybody in the queue on Zoom?
Looking for any raised hands from our audience members on Zoom. There's no public comment.
Okay, so then we'll close this item and move on to item number 3, which is presentations, proclamations, and we have none tonight. So we'll move to the approval of the consent calendar. Tonight there are 5 items. Is anybody in the public wish to pull an item from consent? Okay, seeing none, does anybody on the council wish to pull an item from the consent for further discussion? So then I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar with all 5 items.
I'll make the motion. I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember sorry, Kandel, and second by Councilmember Way. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Carroll.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Way.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kandel.
Yes.
Mayor Paulson.
Yes, thank you. And if we could have the city manager's report next.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I've had some community members ask me what's going to happen with Dolliver Park, which is where we had the large tree fall into the park on one of our playgrounds. So I just wanted to give the council and the public an update. We've had the damage fully inspected, and unfortunately it's a total loss, including the foundation that was installed for the playground. Which makes it a pretty significant project. So we are planning to replace it. We are working now to get the design plans necessary to do that. You may actually any day now, I think, start to see the deconstruction of the old playground take place. But we're going to actually have to do a whole new foundation to make it work. So it's going to take us a little while, but it is in the works. We also are reevaluating all the trees in that area to see if other trees are no longer stable due to the heavy rains. So you may see some trees being removed in the near future. Tree services, as you might imagine, huge demand right now for them. So we've put ourselves in the queue. Folks probably have seen we had some pretty substantial trees go down in Piper Park as well. So working to get all of that removed, and it's going to take us a little while to just be the next in line to get that service. So other than that, Mr. Mayor, it's the very start of budget season. So in addition to issues like tonight, the community can look forward to, I get excited for all the discussions we'll have coming up at your next set of regular meetings about the operation of the city and next year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of this for the city manager? Okay, thanks very much. The next item is council member oral reports and comments. Does anybody have anything they want to report out? Councilmember Way, please.
I'll just keep it brief, but since I see an audience of a lot of community members who might be interested, I represent Larkspur on the project Home Key on 1251 South Alicio, which is the long-term supportive housing for unhoused people project that is going on right on the opposite side of the Bon Air Bridge, for those of you who are aware. The project is being managed and run by the county, but it sits within Larkspur's jurisdiction, so I represent our interest on that committee. There is a community-wide meeting that Supervisor Rice is planning with collaboration with the Kentfield Schools Association and with Larkspur, and that's on Tuesday, May 16th at 6:30. It's going to be on Zoom. So I really, if you live in the area surrounding that project or have concerns or questions, law enforcement will be there, the project managers and Supervisor Rice to answer some questions. So look for that information available through Supervisor Rice. But you'll get, this project is well underway and there will be residents moving in by early fall. So if you have issues or questions about it, please try to attend that meeting on Tuesday, May 16th at 6:30 via Zoom.
Thank you. Any other reports?
Yep,
Councilmember Carroll.
I got around. We're in transit on Route 22. They are still going to go ahead and eliminate the southbound evening routes, but they are going to continue the northbound evening routes. And so that benefits any of our workers up until about 9 o'clock, 9:30 that need to go home to San Rafael in the north direction anyway. And for the College of Marin students. And no changes to what's going to happen with Route 29, where it will no longer go by College of Marin. It'll now be using Bon Air, and service will be extended out to Paradise Drive to parts of East Corte Madera. Also attended the Transportation Authority of Marin and heard a report from Mill Valley about regulating e-bikes. They've had a big increase, not surprisingly, around Tam High of e-bike incidents, but they're going to try to deal with it administratively rather than with infractions and tickets. If they catch somebody abusing it, for the first offense, you'll have the student presumably will have to attend a class with the Marin Bike Coalition, a 2-hour educational class. And then if there's a second violation by the same person, then the parent has to come and take the class. And it would not be on Zoom. You will have to go in person to do it. So they're hoping to see how that has an effect. They are discussing at TAM e-bike program for the Richmond Bridge for residents of essentially San Rafael and Richmond. I don't know if anyone else saw it, but today there was an announcement by Assemblyman Conley that he's proposing to switch to have another movable barrier on the lower deck and start switching it so that in the mornings, bicycles would go across on the lower deck and would free up one more lane coming into Marin during the commute. That's a proposal. It still has to go before the Appropriations Committee. So we'll see if that has any effect. And then last, we're presented with a study on the San Anselmo hub. And that's a very complicated intersection, has been for many years, even back to when I used to go to the Marin Town and Country Club back in the 50s. There's more work to be done on it, but one of the aspects they're proposing would be a roundabout, which I think would be very interesting. Apparently only one person is very hot for it on their city council. The other four are not. So it does in a way affect us. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Also attended the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members Homeless Committee meeting. And it's the first one that they've had in person in 3 years, and they haven't been doing them on Zoom either. So it's pretty much an introduction of new members and a recap of the last 3 years. And a very long roundtable on what's going on in the individual communities. There was a representative from the county there who's going to participate on a regular basis and keep us updated on both the federal, state, and county programs. And even if it's only information that comes out of it, I think it's going to be a very interesting committee. I also attended the Larkspur Library, had a Irish folk singer the day after St. Patrick's Day. He performed at some bar the night before, so I don't know if that was the reason why he showed up a half an hour late. But he stayed an extra half hour. That made up for it. And boy, there's nothing more somber than a group of sober Irishmen on a Saturday morning in a library. Quite frankly, it was not what I expected. I also did a parents tour of the middle school, and that was exhausting. The level of energy, and I'm not talking about the students, I'm talking about the principal and the teachers and the parents. It was exhausting just being around all those high energy people. But as somebody who served on a school board before, and we did have 2 middle schools, I was very impressed. It's a wonderful campus and a very engaged group of people, and I look forward to working with them. And that's pretty much it.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the humor. Councilmember Candell, Vice Mayor Candell, or Councilmember Haroff, anything? Nothing to report. Okay. I'll just go quickly. I had 4 items. I know we have a very busy meeting tonight, a busy agenda, full agenda, I should say. First, Vice Mayor Candell and I have had the privilege of interviewing a lot of the commissioners who serve in this community, and some of the tax oversight that's gone for the roads and the new Measure G, and a variety of other commissions. And I just wanted to first personally thank all those members. I think Mike Popovich, I think, is in the room, and thank you, and Kathleen Slott, Carl Teed, Gail Bloom. All these people really are the volunteers that add to the operational excellence of this city. Second announcement really kind of tails off Gail Bloom, who's on the Mosquito and Vector Control Commission, and this is really just sort of a public service thing. I have worked a lot with fire safety on the Marin Wildfire Prevention Agency and the neighborhood response groups. And, if it's the fall and you have a bunch of leaves, or, there's preventable home hardening and defense. I think we're in a season with a ton of rain where mosquitoes and other, insects are an issue. So just a few things, that we want to do is keep the gutters clear, dump any empty rain buckets, and watch kids. There is a good bit of West Nile, there've been several deaths in Marin. So this is the time to just be a little extra cautious. And I'm thankful that we have that agency. Third announcement is SMART. I attended the SMART meeting today up in Petaluma. And, I'm pleased to say that in an era of inflation, that agency is doing a lot to make transportations affordable. One thing is they're understanding that people don't commute 5 days. So they're selling taking the 5-day passes and making them 3-day and reducing the price, not charging for parking, permitting overnight parking and so forth. So I'm thinking they're doing a lot of good things. And I've ridden the SPART now several times and recommend it to anybody just to see the cleanliness and, it's on time and it's less expensive than I thought. Lastly, my last announcement, I just want to take one moment to honor a really valuable community member, Sandy Blauvelt, who passed away this morning. She was the chair of the Marin Larkspur Community Foundation for a while. I've interacted and worked with her. She was just a wonderful, warm, caring, and very involved person. So she'll be deeply missed. And so with that, we'll close our council member reports and move on to item number 7, which is public hearings. For that, I wanted to first just see if any of the council members have any disclaimers, any comments to make before we go to a staff report.
So in consultation with the city manager and the city attorney, I brought up to them that I have been a board member of the Schurig Center for Brain Injury Recovery for 7 years, and I've also the board chair for the last 3 years. I don't get paid for that role. I am a volunteer there at the center. I bring this up because it's been referenced in several letters and several public comments about the location of this Schurig Center, which is directly across the street from the property that's under discussion tonight. So I've been advised by the city attorney and the city manager that I have no conflict with that, but I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that I do have a role there at the Schurig Center.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to advise everyone that on March 19th, I received a call from Elizabeth Breakus, who wanted to discuss concerns she had with the Magnolia Avenue project. She informed that she represented various individuals who lived in the vicinity of the project, although she declined to identify those individuals when I asked her. Ms. Breakus proceeded to describe the concerns her clients had with the project. After listening to what she had to say, I told Ms. Breakus that while I appreciated her call, I was not in a position to discuss the matter since I expected it to come before the council in the near future, and that I was constrained for ethical reasons to have that discussion. Ms. Breakus said she understood those constraints. She thanked me for my time, and we concluded the call. I took no notes of the conversation. I mentioned this because I want to make clear that in preparing for tonight's hearing, I have not considered anything other than what is in the formal administrative record for the appeal we are considering tonight. That includes the staff report, among other things, the staff report, public correspondence that formally has been included in the record, and information and materials presented tonight. That said, I look forward to the hearing, the presentations that people will be making, and I want to thank everyone here and on Zoom for attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hara. Okay, anybody else? All right, so with that, I will ask for a staff report, city manager.
Sean, I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself and take up the mic.
Mayor Paulson, members of the council, my name is Sean Kennings, contract planner with LAK Associates. I've been working on this project since it came to the city. Again, tonight's meeting is a appeal of the Planning Commission approval of project number 2155. The purpose of the meeting tonight is to hear the appeal of the Planning Commission approval of a mixed-use 20-unit condominium, mixed-use retail project at 11691133 Magnolia Avenue. I'm doing the presentation of the staff report. You'll hear from the appellants and the applicant. Then you open the meeting for public comments and anyone interested in speaking about the project. And ultimately, staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution upholding the decision of the Planning Commission to approve the application based upon the findings and conditions provided in the staff report and the draft resolution. I'll briefly go over the project. I'm not going to talk a lot about the design or any of the project details. I do have those as part of my presentation if you have any questions. But effectively, the project, as shown here on the aerial, is located in the North Larkspur area along Magnolia at the corner of Estelle and Magnolia. It's a approximately 71,000 square foot property. There are 3 existing commercial retail buildings on the site, about 23,600 square feet of existing floor area. Several of those spaces are vacant, one of which was the old Corvettes Hardware. The building on the, I guess, southeast side currently houses the Rustic Bakery. We've been calling that Rustic Bakery building. There are other commercial retail uses in that building and the center itself. The general plan designation is neighborhood commercial. It has a residential density of 21 units to the acre. The zoning is C2 commercial, which allows for second-story residential over ground floor commercial via a use permit. A portion of the site, about 22,000 square feet, is a steep wooded hillside behind the buildings where historically there have been stability issues, landslides. You can also see on this figure that much of the parking and circulation for this site occurs within the Magnolia right-of-way and off the property. The project before you today, again, is 21 townhome condominium units, including 4 affordable units, 2 low income and 2 moderate income units. They're going to retain a portion of the Rustic Bakery building, about 7,000 square feet, enhance the facade, modify part of the building, and include a 1,500 square foot public plaza open space between the residential portion and the retail portion on lot 2 of this project. The project includes a tentative map which would consolidate and subdivide the parcels one parcel 1, which would include all the residential, and then lot 2, which would include the Rustic Bakery. There are 36 garage parking spaces, residential parking spaces in the residential components, 2 guest spaces on lot 1. There are 8 existing employee parking spaces behind the Rustic Bakery building. The Rustic Bakery building component also includes 4 new on-site spaces. And then the applicant is proposing to either retain or construct new on-street in the Magnolia right-of-way, 18 spaces that would ostensibly service the project, but obviously within the public right-of-way. And lastly, there is a soil nail with tieback retaining wall behind the property, behind the residential component that would act as a soil stabilization for the hillside above. And that has been peer reviewed by the Department of Public Works and our geotechnical consultants. The required entitlements for this project, a vesting tentative map, that's for the lot plan and the condominium plan. The conditional use permit to allow for second-story residential above commercial, to allow for shops and retail greater than 5,000 square feet, potentially restaurants, and then the outdoor dining. It also includes a design review permit, slope and hillside development permit to allow for the soil nail wall, a circulation assessment permit because of floor area over 5,000 square feet. And lastly, and most importantly, It includes density, bonus waivers, and concessions pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act and SB 330. The applicant submitted their initial application under SB 330, which allows them certain considerations of development codes and standards at the time that the application was submitted, and that was October of 2021. Because the applicant is providing the necessary affordable housing, they are entitled to, by state law, a development concession, which they're using to reduce the requirement for ground floor commercial and second story residential. Effectively, they have multiple floors of residential above, mostly residential on the ground floor, although they do have 2 corner retail units. And then the needed waivers include the height. The maximum height for this district under Larkspur code is 25 feet. They're going up to, with this modified project, 49 feet. And setbacks, the required setbacks, and the requirements for parking, residential parking and commercial parking. The Planning Commission held a publicly noticed meeting on February 28th. They heard the staff report. They heard comments from the public. Staff presented a modified resolution based on comments that staff had about the project. Ultimately, the commission deliberated with the applicant based on the comments that they heard. The commission asked for reduced plate heights being floor to ceiling heights as opposed to the overall height of the building. Ultimately, they came to an agreement that they would reduce the overall height of the building by 3 feet. The applicant presented a revision to the 4th story mezzanine, which is a room that would service the roof decks. The applicant proposed to push that as far back from the Magnolia frontage as possible. And ultimately, they agreed to modified conditions that included all electric utilities, native landscaping to the Bay Area, and again, reducing that height by 3 feet. And I'll show you effectively on the top here on this slide, you can see the original proposal had sort of a sloped roof at the mezzanine. You can see that mezzanine structure is kind of in the middle of the building. The lower part of the slide, you can see that they've reduced the height of that mezzanine component. They pushed it as far back from Magnolia as possible. They have reduced the 3rd story plate height by about 1 foot. So again, the original project at its highest point along the Estelle frontage was 54 feet. Now I believe it's down to 49. And from street level, you can see their little diagram showing a person looking up from the sidewalk. That parapet height there is 35.5 feet, 36 feet to the portion that sticks out. And this is part of the project now. This is not a proposal. This is what the applicant has agreed to. So now we're moving on to the appellants. There are 5 total appellants. Elizabeth Breckus representing the neighborhood for safe and smart development, Fern Leasing, College Court, Jeffrey Ham, Barbara Musser, Christy Bloomberg, and Catherine Freshy. We've separated them into 2 main appeals, one Elizabeth Breckus and her letter and her subsequent letters, and then the other 4 we've sort of consolidated as Musser, but all 5 of those have the opportunity to speak today. They have 6 general claims. As you can see, on this slide, number 1 claim is that the Planning Commission had insufficient findings to approve the project contrary to the required development code standards. Number 2, that the Planning Commission erred in granting the concessions and waivers under the state density bonus law. Number 3, that the commission erred in issuing a circulation assessment permit. 4, the commission erred in approving the categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA, and that the project is not eligible for streamlining pursuant to SB 330 and the CEQA guidelines 15183. Number 5, the commission and staff did not evaluate the historic conditions of a structure at 15 Estelle Avenue. And number 6, that there's a lack of ADA parking, that the encroachment permits required for parking along Magnolia will create a health and safety issue, and that there will be conflicts with bicycles, pedestrians, and vehicles. In your staff report, you'll see the city response. Effectively, staff does not agree with the appellant's proposals. When the appellant said that the city erred, or that the commission erred in addressing the development standards, the state density laws, what they allow you to do is you take the baseline zoning and development code standards, and then you apply the density bonus waivers and concessions, and that becomes the project. You don't get to do a chicken or egg condition. It is with those concessions and waivers. Therefore, it is consistent with the development code. Again, the appellants are suggesting that the waivers and concessions are inaccurate given the configuration of the project, because it's a 2-lot project. One is residential, one is commercial and retail. Effectively, the project is one contiguous project. The waivers and the concessions apply to the entirety of the project. Yes, there could be a different project that could be applied under these conditions, but the concessions and the waivers that they asked for is the project that we are assessing. Because the project included affordable housing, these are the concessions and waivers that they get. There is no sort of discussion that staff or the city can have to modify those. As far as the circulation assessment permit is concerned, we did have a peer review of their traffic report by Parisi Transportation, based locally here in Mill Valley. The circulation assessment permit originally wasn't something that we considered, but staff and Parisi agreed that it needs to be included. It is mostly a condition of approval, i.e. there is no traffic impact from this project. However, they have to provide the circulation assessment permit as a condition prior to getting a building permit. Number 4, the appellants are saying that the project does not qualify for a categorical exemption under CEQA. Quite simply, it does meet all the requirements for a class 32 categorical exemption for infill projects. The appellants are asserting different parts of the government code that are not part of the CEQA guidelines. And because the project has the density that is allowed, 21 units per the acre, it is assessed in the last version of the housing element as a housing opportunity site. The project is consistent with the 1990 general plan and the current housing element, not the housing element update, but the 2015-2023. And so it in addition to the categorical exemption, it's also consistent with a CEQA 15-183, which allows for streamlining. And then lastly, the SB 330 streamlining, the application has met all the requirements of that SB 330 application, and therefore they are entitled to the processing requirements under SB 330. With regards to the historical structure at 15 Estelle, the applicant did include a historical evaluation pursuant to CEQA for the property for the project site. That project or that document was reviewed by staff. They were it was consistent with requirements for the 15332 categorical exemption. The structure at 15 Estelle is not listed on a state register. It is locally significant. The applicant provided a secondary supplemental assessment from their environmental consultant that said, while locally significant, it still doesn't meet any of those requirements. Therefore, as far as CEQA is concerned, there are no impacts. And then lastly, the appellants are suggesting that the encroachment permits that the parking requirements, that the right-of-way requirements, the ADA requirements somehow make this project inconsistent with the development code. And the project has been reviewed by the Department of Public Works several times. It's very common for projects to have street parking and or parking in the right-of-way. I mean, any project that does improvements in the city right-of-way has to get an encroachment permit. It has to meet the development standards imposed for public works. Since the staff report, we've got a flurry of letters. Again, some from the appellants, others from concerned neighbors. Mostly letters have been in opposition. There have been some letters of support. We did get a letter about inconsistency with CEQA exemption because of aesthetic views. I'd like to point out that CEQA contemplates the views for public vantage points, whether there's a scenic resource, an identified scenic resource from a public vantage point. So although this structure is taller, it may block private views. Unfortunately, that's not something that you would consider for CEQA. Again, the bicycle and parking safety, we've had supplemental information from Safe Routes to School. These are very common sort of issues that happen throughout Marin County. Lastly, there was a request by Breckus about the identification of the tentative map and the parcels and who owns what. We've reviewed that, staff, Department of Public Works. There's simply nothing there as well. So with that, again, it's staff's recommendation that you deny the appeal, approve the project, find that the project is exempt from CEQA, approve the resolution for the conditional use permit, the design review, the slope and hillside development permit, and the tentative map applications. Alternatively, you can uphold the appeal and deny the project, or you can modify the conditions as you see fit and approve a modified resolution. Or lastly, you can remand the project back to the Planning Commission for further consideration. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. I have other slides should you need any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. So I guess before we go to the city attorney or city manager again, any questions of Mr. Kenny's presentation from the council?
I was wondering if you could elaborate a little more. I know it's on slide 18 on the parameters in which we are now constrained with the Housing Affordability Accountability Act and SB 330. I know they're on slide 18, which you hadn't gotten to yet, but I just want to frame the analysis that we have to do based on what the state law is.
So effectively, the Housing Accountability Act is a requirement for affordable housing. And if a project of an applicant meets that, there's certain thresholds for types of housing. And in this sense, they are both consistent with the Larkspur Code for inclusionary housing and the state law for the number of concessions and waivers. There are provisions in the SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act that prohibit a city municipality from reducing or revising the project such that it would make that affordable housing infeasible. So you can't reduce the project density. You can't redesign the project on the simple basis that in order to build that affordable housing, this is the project with which the applicant proposed. And the only thing that we have as a tool are objective standards. So objective standards, would be shalls instead of shoulds. And unfortunately, most municipalities in Marin County did not have objective standards in place prior to some of these applications coming in. Larkspur is one of those. So when the application was submitted in 2021, there's not a whole lot of thou shalt do this. And again, although there is the allowance for second story residential over ground floor commercial, very specific 24-foot or 25-foot height limit. By providing that affordable housing, the applicant is entitled to waive that height maximum of 25 feet up to whatever requires them to build that housing.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? I just wanted to ask, I know the appellant will have time to speak. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think Councilmember Haroff had a question.
Oh, so go ahead. I'm sorry, I missed you.
That's okay. That's fine. I just had a couple of questions about items in the staff report. And actually, the conversation that we just had a moment ago about objective standards leads me to the first one. And this has to do with what is stated on page 4 in the first paragraph, where it discusses the Housing Accountability Act and says that the distinction between subjective and objective standards. And it states that agency must approve a project that complies with applicable objective standards and criteria, including design review standards, in effect when the application was deemed complete, unless this is the critical language, unless the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety that cannot be feasibly mitigated or avoided. Is that a correct statement of the law?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess the point is, although we talk a lot about the requirement to comply with objective standards, and that's interwoven throughout the staff report. If an appellant or a member of the public were able to demonstrate that substantial evidence exists that the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health, safety that cannot be feasibly mitigated or avoided, then the requirement to apply objective standards would no longer apply.
That's correct. There is also a statutory definition of specific adverse impact, and it is beyond the sort of generalized invocation of traditional public health and safety impacts. It really the specific the wording actually matters, and it also, as you noted, has to be backed by substantial evidence in the record.
Right. So I guess I just wanted to clarify that there is that nuance to the law, which should be recognized. And I know that the appellants have made an attempt to demonstrate those kinds of impacts. Whether they've done so or not, I'm not commenting at this point. I just wanted to clarify that there was that nuance to the law. It's not just you have to apply objective standards no matter what. I guess the second question that I had, excuse me. Let's skip that. The second question I had goes to the circulation assessment permit discussion starting on page 9. And I was just a little confused by this because it sounds like there was initially a circulation assessment that was performed with coordination between staff and Parisi Transportation. And it sounded from the report that the initial review of that indicated that there would be a problem with circulation. But that Parisi went back and took a look at it and decided that the information provided by the applicant as peer reviewed by Parisi demonstrated the proposed project would not result in significant adverse impacts to local circulation network, and no further information is required for approval. So I understand that's probably an accurate factual description of what happened, but I'm just curious if I could get some more clarification on what made Parisi change their minds.
So effectively, when the applicant submitted their traffic assessment, an environmental document that's very typical and required for that CEQA exemption, Parisi and city staff reviewed it to ensure that there would be no traffic related impacts. In the old days, it was a threshold called level of service.
Right,
Was effectively how long you're waiting at an intersection. In 2020, that metric changed to vehicle miles traveled,
correct.
which is a regional issue about segments, how far people are driving versus the regional segment. So without getting into the details of the numbers,
Yeah,
this project doesn't meet that threshold. So there are no VMT impacts. So Parisi provided a peer review of the traffic study that the applicant provided. There were no issues with that.
because they considered the second standard.
The project, it was consistent with, it didn't meet any
VMT.
threshold for impacts. They
For
didn't,
VMT.
yeah, there'd be no mitigation required or no impacts required.
And that wasn't addressed in the initial Parisi report?
It was. What happened, the circulation assessment permit requirement is language in the Larkspur Municipal Code. Initially, I think the interpretation, if you read the language, it's one of these where it says and or. And I think the interpretation was and we didn't need a circulation assessment, but when we looked at it again, it said or. And so they said, wait a second, they actually need this permit. They need to provide this assessment component to it. It doesn't change the analysis, doesn't change the traffic impacts. It doesn't change anything related to the project. It's just a requirement that they have to provide prior to getting their building permit.
Okay, so you're comfortable with that change in direction that
Yes.
Parisi took? Okay.
And
It just, it wasn't clear in the report what it was that caused him to change, other than Parisi went back and looked at what the applicant had submitted and then suddenly changed their mind. I'm sorry, the city attorney had something?
not on this issue.
And then finally, and this has already been touched on a little bit, on the categorical exemption for CEQA compliance. And I just wanted to get a clarification because one of the concerns that I think members of the public have to do with the height, have to do with the appearance of the way the project will look from the street, whether it's further set back or not, just the way it looks overall, its mass and its bulk, characteristics of its design. And obviously aesthetics and consideration of scenic values are legitimate considerations for the application of categorical exemptions. And the question was, it sounds like in the consideration of aesthetics, the idea was simply to look at that in terms of its impact on scenic views. That's the way that's kind of what you said in your earlier statement. I'm wondering if, in fact, there's more to it than just impact on scenic views. The aesthetics is a very broad concept, at least to a layperson, and can involve a lot of different considerations other than impacts on scenic views. So I'm wondering what consideration was given to aesthetic impacts other than scenic view impacts.
So specific to the categorical exemption, aesthetics in the CEQA guidelines has very specific parameters. Scenic corridors, scenic views, light and glare. This doesn't rise to that threshold where effectively the project is blocking a known or identified scenic corridor, scenic view, something to that extent.
But there are other considerations like glare and maybe others as well. I don't have the list in front of me.
And again, light and glare as it pertains to CEQA is a very specific, are you building something that didn't used to have light pollution and now is creating a condition where it needs to be mitigated. And obviously There's a commercial center there that has lights. Is an infill site, so it's from a design review standpoint, you would want to make sure that your lights were downcast. You would try to have windows that would have the appropriate type of glare reduction, that kind of thing. But as far as CEQA goes, it doesn't cross over to that threshold of creating an impact.
Okay, but you feel confident that, for example, light and glare concerns are either not at issue here or have been adequately mitigated by the project applicant.
That's right.
And I can add a couple of things, Councilmember Harrop, just to flesh this out some. The city, as Sean stated in his staff report, primarily relied on what's called the Class 32 exemption, which is for infill development.
Right.
And what that says is basically that a project is exempt if it meets a set of criteria. And are, without belaboring each point, as in the Planning Commission staff report and in the staff report for this meeting, we've gone through how the project meets the criteria. The Class 32 exemption also says that one of the things that has to be considered is whether or not approval of the project would result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. Those are the only specific project level impacts that the exemption requires additional analysis for. It does not require additional analysis for aesthetics, light, glare, any of those other factors. And there is CEQA level analysis provided by the applicant for each of those 4 criteria to substantiate that the project would not have significant impacts on any of those factors. The city also relied upon guidelines section 15132 for the streamlining of the CEQA review. And to simplify that analysis, it basically looks at whether or not a project is consistent with the general plan and whether or not there are any new impacts that were at the project level that were not previously analyzed. What I take the appellant to be arguing is that the general plan did not adequately analyze aesthetic impacts of the project, which would disqualify the use of the 15132 streamlining. But what I would say in response is that the analysis of aesthetics in this very specific and technical CEQA context really depends upon the existence of an acknowledged heightened standard for review of aesthetic impacts on the area. The cases that have determined that aesthetic impacts were potentially significant, and importantly, that they were that testimony from the public was sufficient to identify such a potentially significant impact, were in the context of things such as a structure that a project that was proposed within a locally recognized historic district and at the gateway to a historic district. So potential aesthetic impacts of a project on the public context are heightened in those circumstances. Although downtown is a recognized city historic district, this area of the city is not. There's no city standard that creates a context for heightened analysis of aesthetic impacts for this particular project. And so there really isn't the necessary criteria under CEQA to conclude that the public's perception of the aesthetic qualities of the project and the impacts of those on the context around the project are potentially significant.
Okay, and that's helpful, and that is responsive to my question, because I think it's important actually for the public to understand that when we're talking about aesthetic considerations in this very narrow CEQA context, it doesn't necessarily sync up to what, as I said, a layperson would think of as an aesthetic impact.
That's correct.
Because from a layperson's perspective, this project has aesthetic impacts. Aesthetic impacts. Those are my only questions. Thanks.
Councilmember Kendall. And I'm sorry, I have one or two legal questions. I didn't know if you were going to make a presentation first.
Yeah,
before
I
do
have
that.
I have a few additional comments. I mean,
Okay.
they will build on what Sean's already said as part of his staff report and some questions that have already been answered, but I wanted to take an opportunity to build upon that to lay out a little bit more of the legal context in which this hearing is taking place. And that's primarily to talk about what we refer to as the state density bonus law and the Housing Accountability Act, which includes SB 330. The important thing for this project with regard to the density bonus law is that what the state has said is that when a housing project, and that includes a mixed use project like the one that's being proposed, includes certain ratios of affordable units at different levels of affordability, they're entitled to what state law refers to as concessions and incentives, and as one category, and waivers as a different category. And a concession is basically a modification to a development standard that is necessary to I'll just be more precise. It's a site development standard or a modification of zoning code or architectural design requirements, but that the applicant asserts is necessary to reduce the cost of producing the affordable housing units. There's an economic component to it. In contrast, waivers are modifications to development standards that would physically preclude the development of the project at the densities proposed. And I'm trying to use as much of the relevant text as possible because it does turn out to be important in understanding this. In this case, as Sean mentioned, one of the very significant waivers that's being requested is to exceed the otherwise applicable building height limit of 25 feet in this zoning district to go up to at its maximum 0.49 feet. With regard to the concessions, the applicant has provided a report from a well-regarded economics analysis firm who went through the way in which the mixed-use nature of this project, by allowing residential on the ground floor rather than exclusively above commercial, and thereby reducing the total amount of commercial, would increase the overall value of the project and decrease other aspects of the costs associated with constructing the project, and that increased value and construction cost savings basically makes it possible for them to deliver the 4 affordable units that are provided. And the applicants sought an opinion from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, which they provided in writing to the city, saying that they agree that this is a qualifying concession under the state density bonus law. As I mentioned, I should also add that the city retained its own independent economics consultant to peer review that study, and that consultant confirmed the conclusions of the report that the applicant had submitted. So there is evidence in the record to substantiate the applicant's position that the mixed-use nature of the project is qualifying under the density bonus law because of the benefits to providing the affordable units. As I mentioned, waivers are really focused on objective standard, on modifying standards that physically prevent development of the project, and I'm going to circle back to that towards the end of my summary. The other significant statute at play is the Housing Accountability Act, and we've talked about this a little bit in response to Councilmember Harroff's questions, but one of the things that statute says is that a city can't deny a project that complies with objective standards unless it makes findings that in staff's review, including review of the material submitted by the applicant, can't be made in this case. And Councilmember Harroff did focus on one of those, which is the city potentially finding that some aspect of the project would have a significant adverse impact on the public health and safety. And I just wanted to make sure that I built upon my previous answer to say that the way the statute defines that is a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. So as I alluded to previously, it's a relatively high standard to make a finding like that. In making a determination about whether or not a project complies with the objective criteria, you first have to apply the concessions and waivers that a project is entitled to under the density bonus law. So only after you have modified the otherwise applicable standards do you make a determination under the Housing Accountability Act about whether or not a project complies with objective criteria. If it does, and you can't make those findings, then the statute says it must be approved. Additionally, it says that that a city council cannot impose conditions on a project that would make it infeasible to develop the affordable units if they're included in the project. Again, unless the city were able to make those same findings. So the state has set up a structure that limits the city's ability after providing the modifications to standards under the density bonus law that would allow for denial or conditioning of a project as long as it meets the objective criteria. There's a fairly substantial body of case law regarding these statutes. The cases have been pretty clear that cities don't have discretion to, in essence, redesign a project when a city believes that the applicant has used a density bonus concession or waiver to modify standards more than are minimally necessary to develop the project. Basically, if a project qualifies for waivers and concessions and is proposed a certain way to achieve a certain density that includes the affordable units, a court is going to be very skeptical of any conditioning by a city to, in essence, redesign the project to be different just because it would reduce how much a standard has been modified by the project. So just to take an example for this project, because I know it's one that's of significant interest to many parties, including the council, and one that we've spent a lot of time working on, the building height. And I'm going to lay this out just because I want to think it helps to exemplify how this all works together. When this project was initially proposed, it included 25 units and only 3 stories. Because of some issues related to easements, the project had to pull itself back from the sidewalks, and the result was that it reduced the total number of units to 20. At that point, the applicant redesigned the project to add those 4th-story elements, and what the economic analysis that was provided to the city, verified by the city's own independent consultant, said was that those 4th-story elements enhance the value of the market rate units, and by enhancing the value of those market rate units, generate enough value in the total project to make it possible for them to deliver the 4 affordable units. As I said, the city had this peer reviewed and concluded that analysis was correct, which means that there is evidence in the record that supports the idea that these 4th-story elements help support the delivery of these affordable units. Modifications of the project to eliminate the 4th-story those 4th-story elements would require the city council being able to make those findings that we've discussed, and being able to point to evidence in the record to be able to make those findings. So that's how the legal structure is working on things like the height of the building. So with that, I assume that there's some additional questions, and I'm happy to take those now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start very basically. I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. We sit up here sometimes and make policy decisions. We say, hey, we want to do what's in the best interest of the city, what's in the best interest of our constituents, and we have kind of the discretion to listen to different people and do what we think is best for the city. We haven't had one of these hearings here in a while. My understanding is our role here is very different, that we are not acting as legislators here trying to do what's in the best interest of our city. we instead are here kind of in a judicial capacity to basically judge whether this application complies with the legal requirements or does not comply with the legal requirements. And in a way, it's irrelevant whether we like the project or don't like the project. That's not our role here today. Am I understanding that correctly?
Generally, yes.
Okay, if I said something wrong, could you correct me?
I want, yes, I wouldn't characterize it as a correction, but to expand on it, the state legislature has, and as interpreted by the courts, has significantly constrained the discretion of this and every other city council to make decisions about housing development projects, particularly when they include affordable units. It has also constrained city council's ability to impose what had previously been sort of a normal range of conditions. As we've said, to impose a condition, there are multiple limits on that traditional authority, particularly when a condition would potentially make a project infeasible in terms of its ability to deliver affordable units. There are other conditions that a city council might think are for the public good that would not affect those aspects, and the applicant would have to have an opportunity to say whether or not they felt that a proposed condition would make it impossible or infeasible for them to produce the affordable units. Ask you to cite evidence in the record to support it. But there is some room left to city council to impose some conditions, but it is very narrow. The legislature has very intentionally boxed in city councils and limited traditional discretion that had been afforded under land use law.
Okay, so at the end, after we have heard all of the testimony, the evidence, the arguments, I will come back to you, and we'll kind of try to figure out exactly what discretion we have, because I want to make sure I'm understanding my role. It's not, do I like or not like this project? It's, does this project comply with the law? And there may be some modifications I can suggest at some point, and we'll kind of discuss those at the end. Is that fair?
That's fair, but I do want to also say that your characterization of your role is correct.
Okay. A second question I want to understand is, what I heard was there was I don't know if it was a waiver or a concession that was granted that allowed them, the developer, to not have the commercial units. It also allowed them to have a third and fourth floor, because normally it's only 2 floors on a C2. And it also allowed them to go past the height. So my question is, if we grant a concession, or we have to have a concession, is it unlimited to as many things as needed for one concession? Is that how that works?
Yeah, so one of the reasons in my comments, I wanted to clarify that concessions and waivers are in 2 different categories. The density bonus law has a formula for how many concessions a project gets based on the level of the number and levels of affordability. Waivers are unlimited. Basically, you cannot enforce any objective standard that the applicant asserts is going to physically preclude the development of the project at the density proposed. The project applicants have requested one concession, and that concession is basically the modification of the residential above commercial standard. So instead of the project having residences only above commercial, the townhomes are on the ground floor, the commercial is at the edges of the condominium buildings and the rustic bakery. So that's the concession. The waivers for things like height, setbacks, FAR, those are ones that they've used waivers to modify.
All right, and my last question is following up on that. For waivers, that was the one that had to do with being economically feasible. And my question is, if a developer, through their own fault, whether it's negligence or whatever it is, puts them in a situation where a project is no longer economically feasible, that they didn't do their homework and find out about an easement or whatever it happens to be. Right? And they say, well, now I have to make it economically feasible, so I want to put a third and fourth floor on it. Is it at all relevant why it became economically infeasible in the first place?
From the perspective of the density bonus law and the Housing Accountability Act, no. Basically, they instruct that you take the project economics as they exist and make decisions and where a decision where the feasibility of delivering the affordable units and the economics related to that are relevant to a decision, they basically compel you to take the economics as they are, even if those economics include error on the part of the developer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for explaining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, any other questions or comments or Sky, did you want to continue or you're done?
I'm done.
Okay, city manager, anything you want to add?
Not to add, Mr. Mayor, but just to clarify as you move forward, Community Development Director Elise Simone is also present in the audience, and on our virtual audience is Public Works Director Julian Skinner. So throughout your questions, if you need their assistance, they're available to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so so far we've had a staff report and we've had some questions from the council. Thank you to our city attorney for setting out some of the parameters for law that's new and admittedly can be very confusing. We do have 4 appellants to hear from, and we do have the applicant to hear from, and we do have public comment. So I do want to kind of set the pace and make sure we get all the information we need. If I can just kind of build on my understanding, please correct me, Sky, if I'm wrong. Tonight we know that there's been a lot of discussion already. There's been a 4-hour meeting on the 28th with the Planning Commission. There's hundreds of pages of public record. Tonight it seems that it's the council's job to consider all that as well as what comes up tonight as well. So the appellants, the applicants, they may introduce more, and we've had some pretty good framing, and we'll bring it back to the council where we can refer back to Sean's comments. And I was interested in asking about the 6 items of the appeal, but I think it's better to have the appellants speak first and the applicants and the public, and then we can get back to that. That being said, just as a matter of housekeeping and times, tonight is a different council meeting. It's a bit more formal. It's quasi judicial. So I really would appreciate, that everybody, and I've seen this in general, there's been a lot of decorum and respect. We really are trying to deliberate a serious matter. When it comes to times, I do want to really strictly enforce the time limits tonight. So basically, we're going to hear from 5 appellants who can have 5 minutes each, but that time can be distributed any which way. So the total time for the appellants is 25 minutes. And then the applicant will have an equal amount of time, which is 25 minutes. And given that we're already at 7:45 and that's 50 minutes, I want to limit any public comment to 2 minutes. And I'd like to encourage people who are making public comment to realize, for example, I think most of us up here have read much of what's out there. I personally watched the entire 4 hours and logged every comment. And so please try to bring new information, and remember that, it's important to bring it back to the council to really deliberate and reach a fair and proper decision for the community. So with that being said, I believe the next item would be to allow the first appellant to come up, and I have the timer for 5 minutes, and whoever wants to come up first, or if you want to explain how you want to use your time, that'd be great. So as soon as you're up there, please give us your name, where you live, and I'll start the timer.
At 601 College Avenue, I've been asked to speak on behalf of the appellate College Court. Mr. Counsel, I believe you correctly identified the issue leading to the question of the constitutionality of the overall statute itself, which is separation of powers. Okay, separation of powers is a simple civics lesson. You have executive, legislative, and judicial. It is my view and the view of a great many people that the SB 330 and some of these other statutes infringe on your legislative right and try to substitute a judicial right while at the same time limiting that by further legislation. In other words, it's unfair and it's a violation of the constitutions of the state of California and the United States. Number two, due process. The mayor says he took down all of the various things that were said on the February 28th. I suggest to you that virtually none of them have been addressed, and I'm going to address one or two of them next. There was one of the people from College Court showed photographs of what can happen with the structure across the street at Magnolia Canyon as it looks down into College Court and into their swimming pool and into their bedroom and things like that. And that is privacy. There's also the loss of air, the loss of view, and the loss of a lot of intangibles. And when the statute seeks to take those away, query whether or not that's not another potentially unconstitutional thing. And if you have an obligation as the city council to protect the rights of your constituents, perhaps you should be considering something completely different, which is, should you contest the constitutionality of this statute by filing a simple lawsuit, raising it as a matter of course for a court to decide? That can be done. All you have to do is hire a constitutional lawyer to do it. Okay. There's a spirit to talk about too. The spirit is that of low-cost housing. It's not the enrichment of developers, which is what we've been talking about here today. One of the things we haven't seen anywhere is the feasibility numbers, the dollars. Where are they? How do they decide what's feasible and not feasible? If it's simply they sit in a room and say, I say it's so because it's so, that's called an ipsy-dixit in the legal business. If you want to go to the US Supreme Court, look up the Daubert trilogy of decisions on science and medicine. And in the second decision, the Supreme Court forbids the use of ipsy-dixit in evaluating the viability of expert testimony or not. Okay, that is federal law. And I suggest that you pay some attention to that, because an awful lot of what I hear here today is ipsy-dixit. When I hear about the traffic studies and all the rest of that, that's a bunch of ipsy-dixits, okay? I live on College Avenue, right at the juncture of Murray and Magnolia. I see the traffic that's there at that stop sign. I know that when they put this structure in there, that traffic's going to be worse. Are these people going to have children? You bet they're going to have children. Where are they going to go to school? They're in the Kentfield School District. They're going to add to the traffic, not subtract from it, not have it be the same. It's going to be additive. Okay. And I don't see anywhere where any of that was considered. And these are facts that need to be considered and haven't been considered. And you need to go back to the drawing board and consider them. Just like when everybody wants to do away with CEQA. Well, you can do away with CEQA. I don't care about that, but get the factors right and get them from credible experts. Okay. And when the expert says, like Parisi does, well, it wasn't good before and it's good now. You know, how is that not an ipsy-dixit as well?
At 30 seconds, please.
Okay. One of the things I like, you've got a, oh, you got a light up there. I missed that.
Okay, so that gives you 5 minutes. As soon as it's up, I'll click again. So you're not going at all. Okay.
All right. In the spirit of low-cost housing, I would suggest that if you really wanted to do low-cost housing, the city of Larkspur could put 20 low-cost houses down there, low-cost housing units. They wouldn't have to be as big as these other units. A developer could make money on it. And if the developer couldn't make a satisfactory amount of money, then maybe you'd have to subsidize it a little bit. There's a lot of options. These developers might be willing to go ahead and do that. I tend to doubt it because they're probably in it for the big bucks. Remember, we're not seeing any dollar signs here. All the money is ipsy-dixits. it is because I say it is. And when you get all this Ipsy Dixit money, it's not real money. It's just people saying what they want to say. And if that's what the statute's about and it lacks criteria, then the statute is probably unconstitutional for that reason too. Particularly since it's taking away your right to legislate. All right. Experts. I don't see how the experts qualify as experts in some of these reports. If they're the only people in town that do these things, and when I say in town, I mean the county, that doesn't make them the best kind of expert. You know, that just makes them the first people there that got the expert, hires the expert, and the experts generally say what they're being paid to say. And if you think that isn't true, I got 44 years in a courtroom to tell you it's pretty true. It's not totally true. If you want truth, go over to Europe where the experts don't take money to testify. They'll tell you the truth because they're not being paid. All right. I'm going to leave you with the thought that I left the Judicial Council in New York over, where they wanted to consolidate all of 30,000 cases for trial in Texas. And it was a simple statement dealing with Howard Hughes. Bigger isn't better if it doesn't fly. That's the spruce goose, and that's what you've got down there in the canyon. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Please, no applause. Again, tonight, no, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to reemphasize the decorum. We don't want applause for the appellant. We don't want applause for staff. We don't want applause for the council. We're here to get the facts and make a good decision. So it looks like Pat used. Okay, that's fair. So Pat, it looks like you took about 6 minutes. So I'll just continue with the next person, and we're at 20.
Just as
25
a
minus 6.
suggestion, Mr. Mayor, I know we haven't done a public hearing like this in a while, and then frankly, I've never done one with so many appellants. You may want to ask the council after each speaker during this phase if they have any questions of the appellant
Okay.
or then the applicant.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm sorry, Pat, I guess that would be the time. So if you want to come back, well, first, does anybody want to ask Mr. Hegan any questions?
I'd like to ask you.
Yeah, if you
a
could
couple
come back to the
questions, if
stand,
it's
sorry.
okay. Thank you. First question is, you were saying that we don't have the numbers in order to validate whether they're accurate or not. That is a valid statement. Question is, my understanding of the law is that we're not entitled to those numbers. And do you have a different understanding of the law?
No, I don't believe the law is constitutional. That's just one of the vague and reasons why the law is not constitutional, because it doesn't requires you to do things, but you don't have any basis to judge them.
Okay.
And that kind of thing it's just utter nonsense. Okay, and this is Wiener over in San Francisco doing his Wiener uber progressive kind of things. Sorry to say that, but I'm not picking on anybody. I'm not picking on your counsel or any of the rest of that. He's stuck with what he's stuck with. He's got to do with what he's got to do. I don't have to do this. And I've had a couple of the statutes upset. So I'm right from time to time.
All right. Hey, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that.
Pat, if I'm sorry, Pat, can you stay for a second? Just to see if there are any other questions. I didn't realize that this was the time. I thought we were going to get to that later. Council members, Haroff Way. You're good. Yeah, and I'm curious just on the sort of the Ipsy Dixit argument. I mean, it seemed that the city attorney said that there was an economic analysis done, and then it was independently peer reviewed. And I'm not clear where the comment is coming that there's it is because I say it is, when we've certainly
what's the economic analysis if there's no numbers?
So we don't have a pro forma. That is correct. And
if you haven't got any numbers, you don't have any credibility.
Okay.
It's just I say it is because I say it is. It's not, and you pay your expert and he says, well, of course, that's reasonable.
Okay, I understand.
Those are all Ipsy Dixits, if you see what I mean.
Okay.
Let me explain an Ipsy Dixit real fast for you.
Can you spell it for me?
IPSE DIXIT, 2 words Latin. Generally, it's taken in English to mean it is because I say so. Okay, and we have a long history of expert witnesses in litigation, particularly doctors, who come up and testify and they say, based on my long career of 40 years of my experience, thus and such is an injury that was caused by it. And the problem with that is that you have the data that goes in, which is the symptoms, and you have the diagnosis, which comes out. And in the middle, all you've got is this experience, and there's no way to explore that. And if you think of it like a computer, it's data in, output out, and in the middle is a black box. And a black box is a black box isn't a good thing, but a black box, if you can get the programs, they're replicable, and anything that's replicable is credible and believable. And that's the difference, okay? And that's what was explained to the Supreme Court, and that's how they came up with Ipsy Dixit.
I'm sorry, I have one more question while you're up here.
Sure.
Could you let me know, are you aware if somebody did want to challenge the constitutionality of a statute? Does it have to be a local government? If so, private citizen, would they have, would they be able to do that?
Well, they have to have an interest in it in order to challenge it, in all likelihood. It's better if it's a government because it's your rights in this case and the rights of your constituents that are being undermined, if you follow what I'm saying.
Mhm.
And that makes a lot more sense than, and I know they probably don't want to be a test case. You probably don't want to be a test case, but somebody's got to do it at some point in time, if you follow what I'm saying.
No, I-
And there's a simple way to do it. And I'm retired, so I'm not asking for it. So the real simple way to do it is you just file what's called a declaratory judgment act with the court, and that asks the court to determine as a matter of law what's what.
Okay, thank
That's
you for
it.
clarifying that. Appreciate that.
Sure thing.
Great, thank you. So with that, if we want to go to the second appellant.
Some of the appellants are on Zoom.
Oh, okay. So Allison, maybe you can help us out there.
I do see appellant Elizabeth Breckes on Zoom and the appellant for Fern Leasing Inc. on Zoom. If there are any other appellants in the Zoom audience, would you please raise your hand? And I see that Elizabeth is prepared for her presentation.
Okay, so Elizabeth, if you want to go next, I'll set the timer for 5 minutes. And of course, just let me know if someone else is yielding. I think we have 4 minutes from the last person, so I'm not, maybe you can help me pace this.
Barbara Musser will yield to.
Okay, so that sounds like you have 10 plus 4, so 14 minutes. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, and if I have any additional.
We can't hear you. You might be on mute.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
I do see you're unmuted, but we're unable to hear you in the council chambers.
All right, it doesn't say I'm on mute on mine.
So Elizabeth, you may want to dial in by phone, or if you want to try to reconnect, we'll wait, obviously.
I'm being told that she can be heard from other Zoom participants.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just take a moment here and try to get the audio established, and then we'll hear from Elizabeth.
Can you hear her yours?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Not in the chambers
No,
yet.
that was from-
That's coming from a laptop.
So we have a.
Somebody needs to turn off.
No, it's Kevin. You just did it as a
Feedback.
test, right?
This is a great time to get the drink of wine.
Good question, thank you. Oh, seriously, please.
It was free to ask you.
No.
Yeah, I'm thinking if Allison, if there's anybody else, so it sounds like of the 5, 2 or maybe 3 have yielded and Elizabeth's the only one. Can you see if the other person, if there is another person?
The Julia Boylich is also trying to zoom in.
Okay, so let's look for Julia and maybe we can get her audio.
I think it's a problem for us.
It's us.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So our guy back there is working on it.
Okay, so we've had this before, where
I'm
the,
also here.
one of the hearings, I think, or I'm sorry, one of the meetings, we took about 5 minutes to resolve. So I'm going to propose that we take a 5-minute break and then come back, and hopefully this matter will be patched up and we'll get the audio. So let's come back at 8:07. And I'll set back everybody, and I really do appreciate your patience. It looks like we have our audio, and where we left off, Pat had just given us the first appeal, and we're moving to Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, can you speak so we make sure we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Okay, great. Yeah, okay, so we got the audio. So Elizabeth, it looks like you have 5 minutes. A person has yielded 5, and we had 4 left over from the third. So that's actually all the appellants. So that's leaves you 14 minutes. Is that the time you want to use then?
Well, my understanding is that Barbara was giving me her time, and I'm not sure who else you're referring to.
Okay, yeah, I lost count myself, but I all I know is we've had 2 people and only 6 of the 10 minutes used, and we have a 25 total. So potentially you have 19 minutes, but that's if nobody else speaks. Is that correct? Seth?
I believe I believe that appellant Ham gave 1 minute to but 5, but there's 4 left over. So I believe it's 14, assuming that Julie Village also wants to use her 5 minutes.
Oh, assuming there's
Yes.
another appellant.
Yes.
Okay, so 14 minutes. So I've got the timer set here. Does that sound good? I can increase the time here to 14, and I'll give you a couple minute warning. Does that work?
Great, thank you. And I don't know that we need all this time, so I'll give it back if as needed, but thank you very much. Mayor Paulson and members of the city council, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Elizabeth Breckus,
Yes.
represents the Magnolia Neighbors for Safe and Smart Development. I'd like to begin by showing you this screen. Here we have an appeal of a planning commission approval. This is a very complex project. It is a push the boundaries, and it's quite unpopular. And we appreciate that you have 5 meetings before which you must make a decision on this. We would encourage the city council to send this back to the planning commission. The meeting went late. When meetings go late, people don't always make their best decisions. In this, if you did see the meeting, you'll see that there were numerous planning commissioners who really were not happy with the project and had concerns about it. And they raised issues that they wanted addressed. And then as the night wore on, they no longer pushed those issues. So this is our opportunity to go back to the drawing board, and we would encourage this to have a more thorough discussion of each of the 6 permits that are required here. Furthermore, the analysis ignored the difference between lot 1 and lot 2. And the fact that the project cannot be analyzed as one project. As I know, lot 1 is a residential mixed use project. Lot 2 is a commercial project. And they are 2 separate projects. They are 2 separate lots, and they have 2 separate entitlements. And the idea that we can approve one because there's housing happen and then anything goes on the other one, that is not the law, and that is not correct. I'd like to show you what the difference is between the 4th floor and the 3rd floor. As you can see, the story poles in the background, and this is unlike when you're standing on the sidewalk, that's not really how residents are going to experience this building. They're going to experience it far back, and the difference is striking. If you look at the flags that frame the 4th floor, they're really high, and you look at the flags that frame the 3rd floor, and they're not as high. There was reference a moment ago to an economic analysis that looked at the project. In fact, the economic analysis that looked at the project was when it was a 3-story project, and it did not consider this 4th story that later got added. What we are asking the city to do is to eliminate the fourth floor. That will not eliminate any of the 20 housing units. It will not eliminate any of the bedrooms of the 20 housing units. It will eliminate a party deck and a party roof that they're calling a mezzanine. It's really a party room. And that is the only limit on that development that could be done and keep all of these housing units. And the question for you is it reasonable to propose that? I mean, they could have proposed a merry-go-round on the top floor. And per the city attorney's advice, the city's hands are tied, and that's just not accurate. If you don't approve the nuisance fourth floor, you still are granting waivers and reductions as required by law. And the language of the government code section is important. And there is some law that's been interpreting this, but it's not fair or accurate to say that there has been a challenge like this and a fourth story that doesn't eliminate any of the units or any of the bedrooms and that would not stand mustered. So here it is. In no case may a city apply any development standard that will have the effect of physically precluding the construction of a development meeting the criteria of subdivision B at the densities or with the concessions or incentives permitted by this section. A city must offer waiver or reduction, emphasis in original, of development that standards would have that would have the effect of physically precluding the construction of development at the density or with the requested incentives. So again, the objection of the fourth floor, that will not eliminate the density. It will not eliminate the bedrooms. All it does is remove a party deck and a party room from the project, and it could reduce the project by 10 plus feet. Eliminating the fourth floor still allows the development of these townhomes at the density requested. Project still receives a reduction of development standards from 20-foot the height limit, and it would increase to approximately 35 feet. So it's not a complete waiver because a complete waiver is not necessary to build at the density requested. Again, the difference between the fourth story and the third story is dramatic. The application of state law to the Lot 1 project. So again, we're not talking about any of the Lot 2, which is the commercial property. We're just talking about Lot 1. Eliminating the fourth story still makes this a reasonable unit, a reasonable project that with a high density housing. Now, one of the things that's very striking about this project is that there isn't a lot of housing with respect, there isn't a lot of parking, sorry. With respect to the Lot 1, the parking is sufficient for the required parking by law. So you're set with that. On the commercial lot, it's substandard. They have 8 spaces for the employees, and then they have 4 spaces for tenants, visitors. So what they're doing is relying on parking on the right of way. And the question for the city is, should that be allowed? The on-site parking for Lot 1, 36 spaces, and there is 0 customer parking for the 2 commercial spaces. But again, they're entitled arguably to that parking waiver. On Lot 2, there is 4 customer parking spaces. Both projects together are providing a grand total of 4 commercial customer parking spaces. And that is the developers, the applicant's choice. If they think they can make this a go with 4 spaces for retail space, then that's their choice. The question is, what are we going to do about the right-of-way? They're proposing that the right-of-way be improved and expanded for their project. Only for their project. The developers want to add 18 spaces. The spaces in front of Rustic, now existing in front of Rustic, those are at a diagonal, would remain per their proposal. Then they want to have 4 parallel spaces on Magnolia, which is a bike path, 7 parallel parking spaces on Estelle, where right now there's a few. So the community is being asked to provide 18 spaces for these projects. What I'd like to recommend is that none of these parking spaces be provided to the development. This is an image that shows that the projects have large right-of-ways in front. Now, the parking space looks adequate now because that right-of-way is kind of consumed within these parcels, but it is not required to be part of the project. And your city attorney, who's giving you very, very conservative advice, will admit and say, there is nothing the developer can do, no lawsuit they can bring against the city for not giving the developer the right-of-way. As many of you know, this is a very busy thoroughway. I myself have a child at Redwood and drive by it every morning. There's lots of kids on bikes. There's lots of kid drivers. There's lots of parents taking kids to school. The question is, should you develop the right-of-way where people are parallel parking into a bike path with kids in a main thoroughway for schools? Or should the right-of-way be improved for safety? Without a parallel parking in front of the bike lane, it would be much safer. That is not open to debate. So what I would encourage the city to do is expand the sidewalk, expand the biking path, and make it as safe of a project as it can. And if that detracts from the retail space, that is because the developer chose that project. So don't give away the right-of-way. We do want to point out that the developer has submitted a 2004 survey, and it does not provide, it's not a current survey. And in fact, their title report references a 2012 survey, and it disclaims issues related to that. We've asked to see it. We have not seen it. We think there's an issue with 3 lots that were at some point in time transferred from the city to the development project, but there's no resolution of that. And we think that 2012 survey shows that. I think that needs to be looked at. The right-of-way encroachment permit was not done correctly before. The Planning Commission purported to approve it. The municipal code section says that only the city council can grant an encroachment permit. So we already have a project on appeal that was not done properly. Use the right-of-way to serve the community and not subsidize irresponsible development. This just shows this 2004 survey. I've had a lot of conversation offline with Elise about that, but you know, the question should be, if they can't provide proof that they own those parcels, well, what are you approving tonight? We'll come back to you. What's going to be done about that? So in sum, I would say no to the party deck. And I would say no to the party mezzanine or penthouse, and lower it to 35 feet and lower the ceiling plate height to a reasonable 8 feet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, so we have 2.5 minutes left on that time. So there's one more appellant who could go for 7.5 minutes. Allison, can you cue them up?
Thank you. I see Julia Violich in the panelist side, and I'm just asking her to unmute.
I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I skipped the last pad as well. If you don't mind, get you back up on the screen, see if the council has any questions. There you go. Thank you. So any council members have questions? I think we're organizing our thoughts.
I have one if that's okay.
Yep, please go.
So question, again, I'm just want to make sure that everybody's on the same page here. You started out by saying the project is unpopular. Planning Commission didn't want to pass it. They didn't like it. They haven't been hot about it. My question for you is, even if we don't like the project, you know, I'm being told by our city attorney, even if we don't like the project, if it legally it passes the standard that it needs to pass under the regulations, we have to approve it. Are you under the impression that that's not correct, or we have some misinformation in that area?
Yeah, I think that the issue that I disagree with your city attorney is this issue about the fourth story. The concessions, the waivers, they get them. But the fourth story elimination does not eliminate this project at the density requested. And so the issue I have is that I think you can reduce the project and make it smaller. In fact, I think this was one of the classic situations where the applicant came in fully expecting to give up the party deck and the party penthouse and was shocked when they got away with it. They came in wanting to give you, the Taj Mahal and leave with Buckingham Palace. And instead, the planning commission got told, nope, you got to give it to them. Well, there's obviously a limitation on that. Like I said, they can't put a merry-go-round up there and say, we get to do it because that's our project. So you do have discretion and you should exercise it. And you don't have to say that you get grand 10 feet ceiling height. Many of you, I'm sure, live in homes with 8 feet, and it allows for a reasonable home and the density required. Project size of discretion. And then with respect to the right of way, don't give it to them. You cannot be sued for not giving them your right of way.
All right, let me just follow up real quick to make sure I'm understanding your perspective. Hypothetically, the applicant says, there were some changes because of we didn't know there was an easement, and now we can't make as many units. We're going to have 25. Now we have to have 20. And to make this project work, I got to put a merry-go-round on the roof. I'm going to get an extra $100,000 for putting a merry-go-round on the roof, and therefore I need a merry-go-round to make this project work. And my understanding is, regardless of whether I agree that there should be a merry-go-round on the roof, if they are taking the position that it is, financially necessary, and assuming for a minute it is, that they can get extra money because they got a merry-go-round on the roof, I don't have the discretion to deny that if that's what is financially necessary to make it work with the low-income units. Am I getting the law wrong on that?
You're getting the law wrong on it.
Okay, explain, please.
There was a challenge to a project where, and this is case law, but there was a challenge to a project where they said, look, they've got these courtyards between the buildings, kind of like this one. And they said, if they didn't have these courtyards, you could move it in, you could have setbacks, you could do that. But the density reduction was going to occur. Okay. So the court said, no, because it would not be at the same amount of density, they get to have this and they get to do it as they proposed. So that's the law that has interpreted that. There's been no case law on the merry-go-round, or in this case, the party deck. And it does not eliminate the 20 units. It doesn't eliminate the bedrooms. So they don't get to put a merry-go-round or a party deck up there without your decision.
But if they say our project, if I don't have a merry-go-round, I can't do the project because we're not going to be able to get enough money for the units, and therefore we're not going to be able to, have the low-income units. We need the extra revenue that the merry-go-round is going to create. You're saying that from your reading of the law, it doesn't matter. We have the ability to say, you know what, if you don't have enough money for it, then too bad, it's your fault.
Yes, the government code section, which I actually put up that specific statute so that you could see, it said at the densities required. And so that argument goes out the window, because if you said no and you went into court and you get to say they have their 20 units, they have their bedrooms, yes, that goes out. You can't just say, I get any amenity I want on there, no matter how ridiculous it is. I mean, obviously there are limits, and cases haven't interpreted this. This law has not really been around long enough to have every, all of the case law interpreted. But you do have rights. And in fact, I would also just point out, one of the things that was mentioned is, oh my gosh, we don't have objective standards. That's true. And that's a huge problem for Larkspur. You need to have objective standards. I don't believe that you're like a lot of cities don't have objective standards. I think Larkspur is unique and it's a problem for the city, and it's going to be a problem. And if this is a precedent you're setting that anything goes, then that will be what you will get as projects go forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hey, any other questions?
Yes.
Please.
So it sounds like with the clients that you're representing, it comes down to 4 questions that the two lots that are proposed need to be viewed separately, is what I understand. Because one is residential and one is commercial. You're asking for the elimination of the 4th floor view deck. You call it, I don't want to call it a merry-go-round because I think that's not what it is. It's a view deck and an exterior space to up on the top. You're asking for the elimination of that, which brings it down to 35 feet. And then to reevaluate parking in the public right of way. And then there was a comment about the 2004 survey. Is that the title survey or the transportation parking survey?
It's a property survey. that
Property
was
survey.
done in 2004. And we have seen their title report, and there is an exception regarding issues raised in the 2012 survey. We've had conversations offline with staff about this. They have found a resolution where 1 of 4 lots were vacated by the city. They have not found any resolution or document, at least unless they found it today, showing that the city vacated 3 of the lots to this parcel. And it needs further look. What happens if that comes to be? What do you do? Does it come back to you? I mean, the applicant is in charge of showing the city what their property is. And so it's incumbent on them to do so. It should be a condition of approval. If you cannot prove that these parcels are all yours, then that's the condition of approval to approve this project.
So in the process of this, the applicant will be answering these questions and we can further examine their information. Okay.
And Councilmember Way, I just want to say, I was not suggesting that they're putting a merry-go-round. I was
know.
saying that they could, at the extreme, suggest that a merry-go-round or something like that go on there. And
Yeah.
the question is, do you have any discretion? And the answer is yes. And a party deck on this building, with the noise it will generate and the potential for there to be large parties out there, is real. And that's very impactful to neighbors as well.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from council members? Councilmember Carroll, Harrell? Elizabeth, I had a couple questions myself. One of the statements you made was that the economic analysis was for 3 floors. And I think there's a bit of a story behind that. So when it was for 3 floors, there was also no setback and there were 25 units. So can you go a little bit more into that? And of course, we can refer back to Sean and the applicant, but I think I'd like a little more context.
Well, the original application, the developer got a economic analysis. The city then peer reviewed it, but their original analysis was for the 3 stories.
Do you remember how many units were in those 3 stories?
I don't remember that.
Okay, I think it's 25. Sean, can you confirm that? So they had 25 units and they lost 20% of their possible sale inventory because of a 15-foot setback. And then it was peer reviewed and the numbers were verified independently. And I'm curious because even calling it a party deck implies that it's, frivolous, where the contention, the possible, the question I'm trying to ask is that necessary to make the project viable to get the density bonuses?
Understood.
Okay, we'll get back to that later. Other question, when you're saying the 2004 survey is out of date, you saw the response from the city, point number 6. Can you talk about that? They're saying there is no, I'm understanding it's not that the city has any claims on the property.
Well, the right of way is quite large there, and we went back and saw that when the right of way was accepted by the city, it included three of the lots, four of the lots on this parcel. And the city has tracked down that one of the parcels was vacated by the city. The city, to my knowledge, has not tracked down whether three of the other parcels were vacated or how they came to be in this parcel, in this property, if it is.
Okay, so you're raising it as a question, not as a claim. This isn't evidence or any finding that we can consider, and it's just you don't think you've gotten satisfactory information.
We haven't gotten satisfactory information. The city doesn't have satisfactory information. And the city staff, as I understand it, is still looking for that information. So the only issue I'm raising is it appropriate to add a condition of approval? You know, this is subject to all the parcels being shown to be owned by the applicant. I mean, maybe you don't really need an independent condition on that, but the question is, what are you going to do with it? Is it going to come back as a new project, or is it going to be a staff level decision? That would really be unfortunate because it would be a change to the project.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Sorry, it looks like Kevin has a question now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just on that last point, just a reminder that if we make a decision to go forward with this project, it has to be based on substantial evidence. If there is not substantial evidence, one way or another, about who has access or owns that right of way, then I think that creates a problem for us in making a decision that it can be released for this purposes of this project. So I'm not suggesting we decide one way or another, but I am suggesting that if we're making a decision to grant these rights to the applicant, we have to be able to make a finding that doing so is based upon substantial evidence. And I think one of the implications of Ms. Breckis's argument is that we do not have substantial evidence in order to make that happen. Am I misstating what I'm hearing from you, Elizabeth?
I mean, I would almost defer to Elise, who I've had some communications about where this stands, but my understanding is that where it stands is the city has not found any evidence of how the three lots came to be in this property. And that should be, a required finding. And that happens when you have projects, you have, a question mark, and you need to have the proof. And the question for the council is, well, what happened if those three are not? Is it going to come back to you? Or is it just going to be tinkered with and then staff decides it and you deal with it on the fly? And that's what I think would be unfortunate and should not be required. So I think it can be handled as, you do what you're going to do tonight, but you require as a condition of them going forward, showing you proof that they actually own all the parcels.
A clear title.
Yeah, so that's a good question. And I think the question of title, perhaps the applicant can speak to that, the city, but I appreciate the concern. And I think we'll probably, when we deliberate, we'll want to get some more answers from the various sources. So any other questions? Anybody else? All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much. And I have a feeling we'll be calling you back. So if you can stay close. Okay, so we have, I think one more, Julia, is it? One more appellant?
Yeah, Violet is online.
Can you
Okay.
hear?
Hey, hi, Julia. So I believe you had 5 minutes and then we could grant you an extra amount of time. So I was going to set the clock. I don't even remember the math now. If we were at 11 or 9 or 10.
I think I should have more than 5 minutes at this point, since two of our applicants have not.
No, I agree. I'm just trying to remember what the balance was. I think it was 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Okay. I think that sounds right. So does that sound okay, Julia? 11 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. So that'll make the total appellant side 25, so we can balance it out with the applicant. Okay. So please go ahead.
Mayor and members of the council, I apologize for being online. However, I'm on the East Coast on a work trip, and now for me, it is almost midnight. I want to introduce myself as a lifelong member of this community. I was born actually in Kent Woodlands around the corner. I went to basic school, Kent School, Branson and Redwood before attending Cal. I own the building right next to the current project and own several other commercial buildings in the area. I am a board member, a past board member of the Marin Conservation League. I'm a current board member for 20 years of the Marin County Bicycle Coalition. I'm a founder of the Safe Routes to Schools program. I am a current member of the Smart Citizens Oversight Committee. I'm a past board member of the Marin Library Association. I am currently a coach of the Redwood High School mountain bike team, and I'm also a business owner in the area. I want to also make note that today we have at least 40 people in the audience, and we have another 78 to 80 on Zoom. I'm only making light of this because I think it's important that everyone make notice that this is a very important issue in our community. At the last or the first call that we had over 150 on the Zoom call. I believe that this demonstrates the gravity of the decision that you are about to make tonight. I do know that we are entitled to up to 5 meetings and that the Planning Commission pushed it on to the City Council. I would beg you all to consider allowing us to have due process and have additional meetings. My first argument is that the scale of the building does not fit with our current building requirements. Someone mentioned earlier that the northern part of Larkspur was not as important as a gateway. However, I, as a building owner who bought my building in 2013 and remodeled it during 2013, 14, and 15, and took very seriously the recommendations from the city of Larkspur, I was told, quote unquote, that I was the gateway to Larkspur in the north area. And I can support that fact with emails from the council at that time. I took this very seriously. I wanted to set a standard. I wanted to improve the area because I knew that it was important. It was currently an old defunct bank with a drive-through parking lot. I remodeled the building to be very tasteful. In fact, even the paint color and the wood on the exterior of the building had to be approved by the city of Larkspur. I eliminated the drive-through parking lot and I created a beautiful bioswale. If none of you are familiar with the building, I encourage you to go and look at it. It is a wonder. And I did that at the recommendation and I wouldn't even say the recommendation, at the severe encouragement of the Larkspur community, because I was told that it was the gateway. So I rebut the argument that this is not a gateway to Larkspur. I also agree with Elizabeth that we need to eliminate the outdoor decks and the 4th floor. There is absolutely no reason for them except for it to be a financial win for the developers. There is no reason. I actually went to my own home 2 weeks ago and measured my ceilings. I do not have a ceiling over 10 feet in my home. And I have a very desirable home in Kent Woodlands. There is no reason for the floors or for the rooms in these buildings to be over that amount. There is no need for the standard of 25 feet to now be increased to almost or over double 52 feet. I think it is perfectly reasonable for the Larkspur Council to request that the ceiling heights be 35 feet. My goodness, that is at least 15 feet higher than my current building, which is the largest building in the area. I also would like to disagree with the fact that there will not be light and glare. That will be an issue. It will certainly be an issue for my building and our deck right outside. Had I known that I was going to have this monolith next to me, I would have absolutely built it differently. And I can guarantee you that my neighbors in the area will also suffer from glare and from light. I would also like to note that it should definitely be less modern and be in sync with the current designs in the neighborhood. I do understand, because I've met with the developers, and I saw their original plan. I actually was a proponent of their original plan. And I told Anthony Craig that I would actually support his project with the original plan. It was 3 stories, it was set back, it had shingles, it was acceptable. I was willing to go to bat for him. The current structure, which now I've come to understand has actually been changed by our own city planning, is not acceptable. It is not in line with the current architecture. It looks much like the building that is right next to 101, that is now the home of Andy's Market, that used to be the home of the styrofoam factory on 101. That is not the place for a building in Larkspur. I also want to reiterate that there are 2 lots, as Elizabeth brought up, and I want to reiterate that are potential title issues. My other job, aside from being a commercial owner in our area, is that of a farmer. I own 12,000 acres up in the Chico area. I am buying and selling properties constantly. And I can tell you that one of the most important things in an acquisition is title. You make sure that title is clear. I cannot believe the project has gotten this far with not having a clear title. I also want to bring up what Pat Hagan talked about with the traffic study. We all know that it is not realistic and is nonsensical. Let's be real, people. I'm sure Parisi has a good reason for changing his mind. I actually work with him on a monthly basis with Safe Routes to School. I'm going to have to talk to David to find out what it was that changed his mind. But as a cyclist myself and a coach of a mountain biking team, and also a coach of the Kentfield School District's team, I can tell you that that is a well-trafficked, heavily populated bike path. I can stand out tomorrow and take a video if you all would like to see the number of cyclists that go by there. It is a thoroughfare for Redwood, it's a thoroughfare for College of Marin, it's a thoroughfare for Basage and for Kent. It is also a thoroughfare for those commuting into San Francisco. I don't care what traffic study is done by whom, they need to come and sit next to me in my building and take a video, and they will see the number of cyclists that ride that and the number of cyclists that will be affected by such an increase in parking. I also know that there are 20 units. Although 4 of them may be affordable, they all are more than 3 bedroom. It is a farce to think that they will only have 2 cars. I am a family of 4. I have kids that just turned 16. We are now a family of 4 cars. Let's be real, people. They are not going to get their 16-year-olds or 17-year-olds a moped or a bicycle. I wish they would, because that would support the Marin County Bicycle Coalition, but we know that they won't. I also want to call a spade a spade. It is not a low-cost housing project, as Councilman Candle just referred to. It is an affordable project. There is not a fireman, policeman, nor teacher that could afford one of these units. Let's be sympathetic to our community. I have been a supporter of the firemen in our area, the policemen in our area, and certainly the teachers at both Kent and Basage. It is embarrassing to me that we would have a project that we call affordable, but yet none of them could afford to be there. That is a farce, and it is embarrassing to me that you as a council would consider it. And lastly, let's be honest. The legal counsel of Larkspur, and I'm sorry, Mr. Woodruff, I am sure you are a wonderful person, but you are scared of litigation. I am not scared of litigation, and I can tell you that our community is not scared of litigation. There are many in our community that have risen to the task to take this on. We have many that have provided our emails, that have supported our GoFundMe, and there are those that are supporting Elizabeth and her work. We are ready to take this on as a community because we know it is not right for our community. We are not saying it is the wrong thing to do. We are in support of development. I would love low-cost housing right next to me. I would love a project instead of that empty parking lot that looks horrendous. I have actually communicated with the owners myself for several years until the previous owner unfortunately passed away. We want development. We want safe, smart, and sustainable development, however.
Julia,
And
just a few more seconds. I want to make sure you get your last points in.
I think I've gotten all my points in. I ask you all to look deep and look to your constituents that are imploring you to make a good decision. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Julia. Please no clapping. Council members, I won't skip over you this time, Julia. I know it's late out there on the East Coast. Thanks for joining in. Any questions for Julia? Julia, I had a quick one, and maybe others will. I haven't read the Parisi report in detail, and I respect the fact that you have a lot of cycling experience. Could you give me an idea of what elements of that report you dispute? I mean, you were talking about the fact that there's heavy traffic and that, but again, we're trying to work with the record so far, and that was already introduced, and and any new evidence which you may be able to introduce, but maybe you can help me out. Where do you see the safety? Like, where's the where would there be evidence that there's an increased risk or safety hazard, with the project if it went forward?
I understand that, Mayor. Well, first of all, just the increase of traffic. There are 20 units. I'm going to assume that will at least be 2 cars per unit, plus there's a commercial area. So that will be an increase in traffic. And I can tell you right now, coming out of that area, as a user of that area, it is very difficult. I don't know if you've looked at the applicants' traffic or where they're putting their parking, but there will be 4 parallel parking spaces along Magnolia. They are not set back from the Magnolia. They are directly on top of Magnolia. And if someone were to open a car door, it would hit a cyclist. As a person that has 2 very good friends that have been severely impacted by an open door, that does concern me incredibly. I wish someone could bring up, maybe Elizabeth can bring up that slide for us of where they're planning in their parking, but there will be, the only door that opens when you're driving a car is the driver's side. You may or may not have the passenger side, but that is on the right side. You will always have the driver's side open unless we decide to change our driving rules and become like England, or maybe we have no drivers at all. But that door will open, and that door will open onto a current bike path that I have actually worked very hard myself to put in place.
Okay, thank you. And another thing you said, I just wanted to make sure I understood it, is you said you supported the original plan. It was 3 stories, and I thought you said with a 15-foot setback. I believe the original, can you clarify or just repeat what you said?
I did not say 15 feet. Major.
Okay, yeah, that's where I wanted you to repeat that, so I got it
did
right.
not say that. It was not in anything I said, but it was slightly set back. I'm sure we can pull up the images, but
Okay.
it was a much more, again, Anthony Craig is also a cyclist. He came to me right away. He wanted to know my opinion. He also wanted to know if he could use my parking lot for construction. It did not seem that intrusive. I didn't mind the height. It wouldn't block my views, or it wouldn't intrude on my neighbors behind him. I also felt at the time that it would not create privacy issues for my neighbors at College Court. I also want to bring up, just since you're bringing this up, that when I built my building, and I do have a deck on my building, it is about the 2-story level of the building that's currently going in. I built fences for my neighbors next door. They were very upset, or presumably upset, by the fact that I had a deck there, and I rebuilt the fences for them because I was so sensitive to that. And I'm telling you, my deck is literally at 20, maybe only 19 feet. So that's how sensitive the neighbors are at College Court. And I think we need to be very conscientious of their own privacy and their amendment rights.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Julia, thank you so much. And I guess we'll continue then if that was the last appellant. So we heard from Pat, Elizabeth, and Julia, and then I think now we have 25 minutes for the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor Paulson and members of the council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
If you could just tell us who you are.
there we go. My name is Adam Gardner. I'm an architect with WHA. We're a San Ramon-based firm. We've done a lot of projects in the area. And I grew up in Marin, but I'm currently living in the East Bay. I wanted to just kind of focus on a few points tonight because staff and others have made a lot of comments that I think cover some of our responses to the appellant. So I'd like to just start with the overview slide that we've all seen and then go into just basic things that the project does enhance for the community. I don't think all of these were necessarily talked about tonight. One is the hillside stabilization. There was a lot of comments early on about the fact that the hill is going to be repaired, and that's fact. We're going to repair it. It's going to be a retaining wall, and that will prevent further slides on that hillside. So that's a benefit. We're also preserving and upgrading the rustic bakery. We're not replacing it, we're remodeling it and adding a plaza and incorporating it into the overall fabric of the community. We're also enhancing the Magnolia and Estelle streetscape, and that will be enhanced with landscaping and the retail corners that will draw additional life to that street. The streetscape will be maintained by an HOA, not the city, so that landscaping will be preserved and well maintained. A lot of discussion about traffic. The traffic reports are pretty clear. Of course, there may be more traffic than what's there now because most of the buildings are vacant. The traffic report is based on what can be there and what was there previously. So there will be an actual reduction based on what could be there. We'll also be increasing foot traffic on Magnolia and benefiting the local businesses in the area by providing more housing in the area, more residents, more business. And then, of course, we're providing the 4 affordable units that are 80 to 120% of the area median income buyers. So there's a lot of question about affordable versus low income. There's definitions of what's allowed and what's required. These are considered affordable housing based on the standards that are set forth. I'm going to skip through these slides because a lot of them relate to items that have already been discussed, but we can always come back. I also wanted to just talk a little bit about some of the changes that the project team has made during this process. Granted, there's certain things that we are asking for concessions and waivers, but through collaboration with the city and input from the community, we've made additional changes. The first listed here is the retail spaces at the corners. And the second is the 2 fiscal analysis that were discussed earlier. Those are part of the record and they are in the city's hands. So those are available. We've made architectural changes based on conversations and meetings with a city hired consultant for aesthetic reasons, colors and materials, and the overall look of the building. And I have a list of that on another slide. We can go into more detail. We've also moved the buildings along Magnolia 10 to 13 feet back. That does help reduce the overall presence of the building towards the street, which further reduces the overall mass and feel. It did take a long time to get this project through. There's a complicated project, and it's been a process that we've been working through. The 4th story mezzanine roof deck, I have a slide here and you may have seen it before, has been pushed back. And I can show you that how it works and how that works in cross section. An in-depth geological study relative to the hillside was the basis of the 2022 submittal. We've also engaged engineers and consultants for design work to detail how the hillside will be stabilized, which has been peer reviewed and approved by the city engineer and geotech. And then we've also made additional related landscape improvements throughout this process. So these are all changes that have been made during the process. This slide demonstrates the original location of the retail. We wanted to bring up a point tonight, and we're kind of floating the idea, if you will. There's been some discussion about whether the retail corners are actually desirable. Some members of the community have said that it increases traffic. It provides more of a, maybe not a benefit to the community. So we have this slide up here tonight, which we submitted earlier today, to float the idea that we would be okay if we were able to eliminate those retail corners and convert them to residential space. That would have the benefit for the development team of providing additional residential square footage, which adds value. But again, it's something that we're amenable to. If that's something that you'd like to pursue, we can talk more about that. This is just a slide to show what that would look like. Along the ground level of the corner retail, instead of having full height storefront windows, we would convert those to 3-foot sills, so you'd have less glass. The overall look and aesthetic of the building would remain as is, so it wouldn't really be that much of an impact. The biggest impact would be there would not be a store front door on the corner, and there would not be a ramp required because the units would have access from Estelle and Magnolia, not from the corner. The retail building component at this corner does have a handicap ramp required, so that's a component that's built into the design of the project. And this is just a detailed floor plan that's available for review if you're interested in seeing what that would look like. This is a detailed list that's in the package. I won't read through it all, but these are specific aesthetic items that we made and agreed to make during the process after collaboration with the city hired architect. They primarily relate to colors and materials and items of that nature. This relates to, this slide talks about the decks being pushed back. At the planning commission meeting, we prepared a sketch that showed the 4th floor mezzanine being pushed back to the alley side, or the side farthest away from Magnolia, to help reduce the mass of that 4th story. And I have a slide that'll show that. We've also reduced the overall height of the building by 3 feet through reduction of the 4th floor mezzanine roof and ceiling height. And we reduced the overall height of the building an additional 2 feet. So we're now at 49 feet, not the originally requested 54 feet. So it's a 5-foot reduction. Another point I'd like to make, if we were to convert the retail corners to residential, we wouldn't necessarily need the taller ceiling on that level. So we could potentially lower the building 1 additional foot if we were to go that route. And again, the reason we have the taller ceilings at the lower floor is because it's commercial. Commercial generally has about a 12-foot ceiling. We're going with a 10-foot ceiling, and then that lines up and keeps the building consistent across. We've also reduced the height of one element of the building. It's a plan 1, which is kind of in the middle of the building. The parapet was a little taller than it needed to be, so we reduced that. We've reduced the height of the parapet at the 3rd floor, which was a horizontal solid wall about 4 feet high as a guardrail. We've reduced that to become a transparent railing that is set back further. That's part of that roof deck that's been pushed back. So at the edge of the building on Magnolia, that 4-foot high solid wall is now just a low curve. So we've reduced the actual height and apparent height of the building along Magnolia. And then I'll show you those slides just to kind of walk you through what that looks like. And then one last thing we did was we have a stairwell that leads to the mezzanine, and it has a flat roof element. We were able to pitch that roof and lower its mass closest to Magnolia. So this is the original location on the top slide of the mezzanine. It's in the middle of the plan. And then it had a roof deck at the edge of the plan towards Magnolia. Magnolia is on the bottom side of this slide here. So I have a pointer. And then the next slide, so keep your eye on that plan 4 mezzanine area. It's now been pushed back. So it's been pushed back about 10 feet, and the deck area, the actual activity area of the deck has been pushed back, and the activity area, instead of being at the far extreme outside edge, exposed on 3 sides, is now pushed back and actually encapsulated by the adjacent structure. So it's more like a courtyard rather than an exposed deck. This slide shows the original roof line before we reduced the height, and this slide shows it reduced. This is the side elevation before the reduction of the roof height, and that's the reduction after. You'll also notice in this slide that the mezzanine, which that little awning window, gets pushed back in the next slide. And then this is a cross section showing the longitudinal and short section through the building. This mezzanine area, yeah, that's what we're focusing on, has been pushed back and reduced in height in the next slide. We also put this little figure here, the dashed line indicating that the view angle from the street, this, obviously the farther away from the building is, the more you see, but when you're at the sidewalk, the 4th floor is not visible. It's set back so far that you don't see it. And again, this is our last change that we made. This stairwell that leads to the mezzanine had a flat roof that came all the way forward. We've reduced that in height to a sloping roof, which further reduces the mass. And those were suggestions that were made during the Planning Commission hearing, made by other parties. The appellants also brought those up, and we've incorporated them. You can also see this transparent railing that further reduces the height and apparent mass. So without going into detail, because there's more discussion that I could get into, as far as the appeals and the appellants, we simply ask that you listen to city staff and look at the staff report and the city attorney. And we have our team here if you have further questions on any of those specific items. This is a slide we put together recently just to point out where that parallel parking that we've been talking about would occur. Currently, there's a red curb, a bike lane, and then there's separated parking. Because of the way the project needs to be designed, we have the opportunity to add these 4 spaces. If we don't need them, we won't put them in. We're asking for waivers for parking, but we felt that adding 4 additional spaces along the street would be a benefit, not just to the project, but to the community, because parking's scarce. So we have provided parking, additional new parking along Estelle and along Magnolia, and it's partially in the right of way. And yes, we need an encroachment permit for that, but we feel it's a benefit. I'm sure you're all aware that there is parking like this on both sides of this project. Doesn't mean that it's the best solution or there's another way to do it, but it does mean that it's consistent and it's similar to what occurs on both sides of this project, all the way down Magnolia, about to the corner where you get onto Bon Air. This is just a site survey showing the existing buildings. And then this is the parking. So I think I'm going to just show you the land plan one more time. The 3D, these 3D drawings were done before we pushed the 4th-story back. So you would see those penthouses move back a little farther if we were to revise the renderings. And then the last slide, I'll just kind of end for the time being on this rustic bakery, and again, a community benefit to enhance that part of the project.
Mr. Gordon, can you go back to the slide with the pushed back? Yeah, I just wanted to. No, it's just a couple before the end, I believe.
Okay, you're talking about the cross section here?
You just go back to the rustic bakery and I think back up 1 or 2.
Okay.
This is one of your last slides. Just wanted that visual and
Oh,
for the council to see that
3D,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
just to clarify, what is the left and the right? It sounds like the right, it's before and after.
No, there are 2 different views. You can see the red little dots here. Those are the view angles.
Okay.
So one is from Estelle and the other is from south, looking towards the project from the other direction.
Okay, and you've said that the height reduction was from 54 to 49.
Correct.
What is the height at the ridge of the 3rd floor?
Well, it's a parapet, if you will.
Okay,
I don't have the actual number, but We did have a slide actually prepared at the planning commission that did show all that. It's in the range of about 35, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, because the penthouse and the mezzanine have an 8-foot ceiling. And then there's roof structure above that. So it's about another 2 feet. So that structure on top of the roof deck is
Mhm.
about 10 feet. But if you eliminate that entirely, you'd still have a parapet of some sort at the edge of the building where you're calling it a ridge. So you'd have about calculated about a 38-foot tall building, I believe, if we were to completely if except for the mezzanine. So it's about, it'd be about 38 instead of 49.
And then we referred a few times to the original, originally was a 3-story project.
that's right.
And I believe Julia said she fully endorsed that. What was the height there of the parapet, the top height?
Again, that was, I believe, about 38 feet, if I recall.
So,
correctly.
so if in principle, if the setback on those roof terraces was far enough and you didn't see them, it would be equivalent.
Yes, that was the point I was
Okay.
trying to make with that cross section.
Okay.
And the other thing I did kind of reminded me, the photo that either Julia or Elizabeth put up, if you remember, it was a photograph and it showed the story poles. There was a statement that the 3-story is so much lower than the 4th story. And it's true, it's a question of what so much means, but the fact of that photo, the 3-story that you saw there was in the background. Those were the 3-story buildings at the back of the project, and they were far back. So the perspective kind of skews the height difference. That photo did show we have 2 levels of story poles. We have story poles that demonstrate the height of the highest part of the building, which is the 4-story. And then in front of those poles is what you're asking about, the parapet height at the edge of the 3-story prior to the reduction that we're incorporating now. So you can knock off about 3 feet from the front poles that are currently out there.
Okay, thank you. Other council members just jumped in. I'm sorry.
I have 2 things to ask. I'm intrigued by this idea that you put forward to eliminate the retail corner area there.
Mhm.
I think that's the first time I've heard that. So, and increase the residential area by eliminating the commercial area that's there. What, do you suppose that's 2 additional units?
No,
Or it would
no.
expand the units that are above it?
Yeah, we would expand the units that are above it, incorporate them into those units. Those 2 units are actually the 2 largest units that we have, Plan 5 and Plan 6. And there's only 2 of each of those units currently. So I'm going to find that slide. Go back a ways here. Here it is.
Has this been fully, vetted with the financial context of
well,
not having a commercial
Not
area?
officially in that sense, but mathematically, residential has higher value than retail. So, just simplistic math, it would have higher value. It does not. And again, it kind of came up because there were comments that maybe the retail's not as desirable for the community. It also may add more parking, things of that nature. So this is a recent thing for us to look at. I was just asked to prepare this slide just this week and kind of float it. I'm not sure. I have other team members that could talk about the legality perhaps of it relative to waivers and concessions. But in terms of architecture and how it will lay out, we would incorporate, we'd have 1 additional space down at the bottom that could be a bedroom or it could be a bonus room type space like that.
My second question is, has there been consideration of, instead of right-of-way parking,
Mhm.
looking for additional parking locations within the neighborhood that could be purchased or leased
You mean like off-site?
off-site?
Yeah, I don't know about that. If that's something that we've really explored, or if that's a viable option. Is that something that Larkspur has allowed on other projects?
I don't know. I just,
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
there are buildings in which there is not sufficient parking and off-site parking is found somewhere else.
Right. I don't think we've necessarily explored that or been asked to at this point.
And can you speak to this title question, or does that come from someone
I'll
else?
have, our civil
You're more
engineer-
the architect.
Yeah, the building. This is Lee Rosenblatt with CBG Engineers.
Any other architecture questions?
We'll get back to him.
Yeah, if we could put on my presentation materials,
I think we went into questions. They stopped with about 8 minutes. So, I consider this questions now, as we did with the other people after they were done, we just asked questions. I think the presentation is done, right? Yeah, so Mr. Gardner gave the presentation. We're just trying to ask questions at this point. While we're looking at the, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I thought you might need some time there.
Looks like we're there. Yes, but it keeps moving on me. Why don't you start with the one that says APN map? And then the one to the right, that's the main record of survey. Thank you, Mayor Paulson and City Council. My name is Lee Rosenblatt. I am the civil engineer on the project. Our surveyor, Mark Weber, works for me and has prepared the documentation that was within the tentative map application that was part of this. With this document, if we could zoom out slightly, this here is a record. This here is the APN map. While an APN map doesn't specifically provide for legal parcels, it is technically a guide. We're losing it again. Technically a guide that the assessor uses to kind of keep track of where parcels are, et cetera. And what you can see on here, if you look right there, Magnolia Avenue is shown as a consistent right of way coming through, and Estelle connects to it at a 90. The actual documentation, though, that you would generally use to confirm where a right of way is would be shown on a record of survey. The record of survey is that other document that was pulled up. This record of survey here in the upper corner there, it's got a county surveyor statement that says this map has been examined in accordance with section 876 of the Professional Land Surveyors Code and signed by the county surveyor, then recorded by the county. And generally, these documents are also reviewed by the city surveyor as well. And you can see here that, again, the 60-foot right-of-way is clearly shown in the format that is consistent with the roadway in its current form. Estelle, at the same time, exactly where we expected it to be. So when I got the title report and the Alta survey that was referred to, and the fact that it was consistent with the rights of way as shown on this document, there was nothing that would make me believe that there is an issue. And the title company obviously puts that title report together based on the property, and the property description within it shows all of the parcels that essentially these dashed lines here that create the property. So from our standpoint, there is no problem with the legal property.
Okay, thank you.
What's the date? Is that the same, the
This is-
2004?
Yes, this is the 2004 record of survey. The idea that it was quote out of date is not a normal statement. Records of survey are prepared generally. In this case, it even says actually under the engineering statement, which you can't see, but it's over there. I could just read it. It says this map correctly represents a survey made by me or under my direction in conformance with the requirements of the Professional Land Surveyors Act at the request of Ralph McLaren in February of 2004. So at that time, the property owner hired the engineer at the time to put this together to essentially show what his property was. That is, of course, always done with the title company as well to make sure it's accurate before it is reviewed and accepted by the county or city surveyor. So the point is, it's not necessarily out of date. It was just the last time that a record of survey was done on this property. A land title survey was done in 2012 based on the title report, and again, confirmed the same property lines that you saw here.
So as a follow-up question, I mean, this really is seems to be a point of real estate law and title. Normally, I just think of a residence. If you buy, you get a preliminary title report. You look for liens, encumbrances, whatever. So I think the question here was about city possible ownership, or about, you know, so I mean, is there, so are you saying it came with a completely clear title report?
Yes, the title report, of course, has other exceptions, you know, within it, but there was nothing within the title report pertaining to this take or issue that
was brought up. There is a map from 1914 that is correct, that back in 1914, Magnolia did have a different alignment. But it isn't surprising that between 1914 and where we are today, that the right of way was essentially repositioned to work with where the road is today. And ultimately, this record of survey affirms that.
Okay. And then the title report had brought up no issues of ownership
Not,
in the transfer of title and so forth?
nope.
Okay. Any other questions, council members?
Sure. I have some more questions about the roof deck and things like that. Is that, I'm not sure who'd be the appropriate person to talk to about that.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Rosenblatt.
I'll put the slide back up if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
All right, so I'm sure you are aware, the community's concern is the fourth floor. That's one of the main concerns. Could you explain that? First of all, can you confirm there are no bedrooms on the fourth floor? Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate. I'll show you a slide that shows you what that layout looks like. Oh, I gotta go the other direction. Bear with me a minute. Okay, so the revised plan for location is on the top of the page. It's an open stairwell to that space, so there's no door to it. There's no door at the third level. You walk up from the hallway. There's a countertop in there. It could have a bar sink. And there's a mechanical closet. So there's no closet and there's no door to it. So it's not a bedroom. Some people say, well, it looks like a bedroom. I mean, that's like saying your living room is a bedroom. You can put a bed in the living room, but
Right.
we have definitions and generally accepted rules of what a bedroom is. So it's not counted as a bedroom. It also has a large sliding glass door that leads to the deck.
Leads to the what?
To the deck.
Could you help us understand the importance of that fourth floor? Because,
yeah.
you know, obviously, you've heard that people were in favor of the project at 3 floors that are struggling with it with the fourth floor. Help us understand why that's so important at this point for the financial viability of the project.
It really is math. There was a discussion of our first proposal that had 25 units. They were similar in size. They didn't have the fourth level. When we had to adjust the plan because of easements and PG&E involvement, we had to push the project back. And in order to make the circulation and the parking and the fire access still work, we had to redesign the units, reposition them, and we wound up with only 20 units. So as someone on your council mentioned, there's a 25% loss in units, which also translates to a real loss in floor area. So by doing the math, and our team here is looking at that closely because that's what makes a project work, and that's what makes it feasible to build the affordable units, which are a component of this project. But if you think about it, affordable units do not make money. So you're taking that part of the project and that construction cost out of the revenue that you're going to make. So it truly is math, taking that, what was remaining with those 20 units. And again, we're limited on depth of the unit because of the setback from Magnolia, as well as the separation between the buildings because of parking and circulation. There's road standards, driveway standards, backup standards and whatnot. And we have a hillside behind. We are actually pushing into the hillside a little bit to add a little bit of ground area, but that's being stabilized with the retaining wall. So we didn't have a large flat lot that we could just push things around on. So we looked at the math of how do we recoup that lost square footage by going from 25 to 20. And honestly, the only way to do it was to go up. And by going up, we're able to add, approximately, we have a number somewhere in the set, but it's maybe 150 square feet or so, maybe a little more for those mezzanine spaces. So that revenue that would, and it's not just square footage that drives revenue, it's also an amenity. So that can add value by having that space. Again, this is a project that has main living level at the second level. So there aren't traditional yards here. That space at the top gives the residents an opportunity for some private outdoor space. And also recognize that these decks are not on every unit. They're on 3 of the plans. And so to answer your question, it was kind of a mathematical exercise to figure out how to recoup some floor area.
So you were saying that changing the commercial to residential may make the project more profitable because residential is more valuable than commercial. If we did something like that, would the benefit to the project from getting the residential make up for not having all of the 4th floor?
No, unfortunately, it wouldn't. It's not enough to offset that change because the going from commercial to residential is not it's not like twice as valuable. There's a factor in there. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but it's a percentage, and it's not necessarily purely driven by that. Granted, there would be more revenue potential for having residential at that level. It was partly an idea that might help satisfy some members of the community that felt that commercial would potentially require more parking, more activity that might not be desirable for some. We felt originally that retail was a benefit because it draws people to that space. But again, we just wanted to kind of throw it out and see what.
So if the priority, is to try to come up with a solution that doesn't have that 4th floor. And we say, okay, converting to residential, that helps, but it doesn't help enough.
Right.
Is there anything else that you can think of that would make this project viable? Changes that we could make that would make it no longer necessary to have those 4th floor,
I mean,
the level.
Again, not having personally been involved in those financial analyses, but those demonstrate that it's required, short of a subsidy of some type. The mathematics of it are requiring that floor area. Now, again, because we have it, we've done the pushback, which we think helps a lot.
Yeah, no, and I'm just speaking for myself, but I appreciate that. I think that does help.
I mean, it's obviously something different for the area, something that people aren't familiar with necessarily. It's something that we're trying to design in a way that's not as obtrusive as it could be if it were a full 4-story. So by pushing it back, and honestly, it could be a little larger too. There's certain formulas to make a mezzanine work. We call it a mezzanine because it's a definition in the building code about how it relates to the floor below. It can be used for a number of reasons, but we use that term because it's limited to about 1/3 of the space below, and we're just about at that, maybe a little less.
Okay.
So to answer your question, I don't have any other than what we've come up with and trying to address the concern of how visible it is. That's kind of where we're at.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Carroll.
To go on with that, if we approved it, if we upheld the project tonight, this is a more question, I guess, for our city attorney and our planner. Would they be allowed to convert those commercial spaces to residential in the future, or is it frozen at what we're looking at tonight?
I think they'd have to apply to amend the conditional use permit and amend the tentative map because they'd be eliminating commercial parcels that would be approved as part of the tentative map approval. So theoretically, yes, but there would be some steps that would be necessary, and reviewing that would require some evaluation of the concession issue. We'd have to do a new, if they wanted to propose that, we'd want to reevaluate the grant of the concession, because there would be no commercial within this part of the project. It would be completely moved to lot 2. So just be a slight difference in how we're conceptualizing the use of the concession, the density bonus concession, to change the zoning. Does that make sense?
More or less.
And I want to be clear that we're not suggesting this as a way to make it more complicated, delay anything. We're
Okay.
we're offering it as a way perhaps
Okay.
to make it
I
easier to.
no, I
approach.
understand that,
Yeah.
but it leads to the question of, you said it increases the value. So rather than, what I'm thinking is, rather than eliminating the fourth floor completely, would that mean you could drop the fourth floor on the more visible units from the street, particularly any of the ones that might overlook College Court?
They are all on the street.
Well, no, but I'm
No, yeah,
saying,
yeah.
rather than eliminate all of them,
Right.
would the increase in value to you from converting those from commercial to residential, could that be balanced by eliminating one or more of those fourth floor
Yeah.
patios?
I would think not. I would think that it's not that much of an offset. Again, I think it's more of a benefit, potential benefit to the community to eliminate retail if that was desirable.
Can I ask a question? I know from speaking to staff, we don't have any kind of financials, of, what this costs and, what pros and cons of fourth floor, versus, residential, what the gain, what the loss is. So we're kind of in the dark a little bit. I'm trying to come up with a solution that works for you, that works for the community. Would you and your team be comfortable sharing that stuff with us so we can try to work with you to figure something out?
Shaking his head.
No.
Shaking head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Worth a shot.
Appreciate that.
Well, just carrying that question a little further, you mentioned earlier that there were 2 financial analyses available to the city. Can you refresh my memory? I know that we had one, I believe, was it EPS, did a study, and this was the original 3-story design before the setback, correct?
I'm going to defer that question to a member of the team that's more
Okay.
familiar with that.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Paulson. My name is Tony Craig. I'm a San Anselmo resident. I've been working on the project since May of 2021, and I'm happy to answer that question. Would you mind terribly repeating it?
Sure. So I think that Mr. Gardner said, or just correct me if I'm wrong, that there were 2 financial analyses,
Correct.
economic analyses done, and they're available to the city. I'm aware of one, and to my knowledge, that was done, based on the discussion tonight, that was done for the original project before the easements, the setback, and the addition of the mezzanines. And is the second one post, or did I miss that? Or maybe you can just tell me what is available to the city.
What is available to the city are 2 different economic impact analyses. One was by EPS.
Yeah.
And that was requested when there was discussion of why can't you do X, Y, and Z when we were collaborating with staff. And that included the ground floor commercial, as well as why can you not do 100% ground floor commercial, which is similar to the current zoning requirements, and then residential above it, just 1 floor of residential over 1 floor of commercial. So the response was, it's not economically viable, and the onus typically per the law lands on the city. But what we agreed to do in collaboration with the city is to fund an economic study by EPS, I believe was the firm. And they do this for municipalities all the time. That's kind of their industry. That conclusion was that our plan was needed or required to deliver the affordable housing and still maintain financial viability. There was a subsequent one done to peer review that study.
Okay.
That study was done by Libby Seifel, just to make sure, belt and suspenders, and she concurred with the original conclusion. I will also say that even though it's not typical, and I've not heard of it, for a developer to open their books to a municipality, there is a study that is available that is it's called an investor analysis. And that is something that we'd be happy to fund, because that would be, I think, helpful in providing some clarity around the levers that relate to math as to what makes a project like this possible. And it's, and I'll just stop right there. But
Yeah,
we're happy to do that.
I mean, I would say yes, that would help. I mean, we've been here for 3 hours, and part of the simplification of this entire conversation is that the massing and the height is very problematic for residents. And we've heard that loud and clear. And, this has been going on for a while. On the other side, you are building affordable housing by law definition, no matter how it's been disputed by anecdote. And the question is, what I think we're trying to do as a council is look at all findings and evidence and see what the law is. And I think the law is pretty clear that if it's not economically feasible and you're doing affordable, then you get to do a fourth story. So I appreciate all the concessions or compromises that have been made. I think we're all a little bit, stuck and baffled by the waivers because, what is it doing to our community? So, anything that allows us to see that in good faith, you're building this and there's no other way to get funding, financing or whatnot, I think would be helpful to your case.
Totally understand. And again, it's not our intent to rub anyone the wrong way. I mean, the testament to what is and is not financially feasible is in the 20 months we've worked to try to get this thing just to planning commission. We did need to reclaim that net sellable square footage somehow, and we agonized over it. I mean, it took a long time. I've never seen an SB 330 project take 20 months to get to planning commission. And a lot of that was through that collaboration. And a lot of it was from doing studies, frankly, to make sure that we had all our ducks in a row before we presented it to the appointed and elected officials that frankly, like in other communities, you don't have to do until well after your tentative map when you're in your construction drawings. All the details of the retaining wall, all the geologic studies, and I can go on, but that produced a long delay. And that does cost the project money as well. So, but we're happy to supply that investor analysis if that kind of helps your understanding of how this project was thrust thus.
The investor analysis is specific to Magnolia Village.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It will be. Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be the scope of work.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So it's been 3 hours, as I said, and we still have public comment. And we do want to reach some kind of decision tonight. So I guess, Allison, we're done with the hearing from the appellants, from the applicant. So let's see if there's any public comment. We'll start here in the chamber. Yes, Mr. Yeah.
As a procedural matter, this public hearing, you should open the public hearing and you're taking comment under the hearing.
Okay, so I guess the wording for that is we're opening the public hearing for public comment now. Or we're closing. Help me out here. This is.
I would treat us as having been in the public hearing since we were hearing from the appellant and applicant. I would treat the hearing as having started with the beginning of the staff presentation. When we conclude public comments, you should close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you for that. So we are going into public comment as part of public hearing. So, and yeah, the time limit we're going to have is 2 minutes. Let me set the timer here. And I believe Mr. Holmes, you wanted to speak.
James Holmes, Larkspur. This project should be sent back to the Planning Commission for additional consideration because the commission based its approval on the idea that its hands were tied and it could not enforce any of our objective, not subjective standards on height and setbacks, and it had to waive them completely. But my reading of the density bonus statute, the key case, and the developer's attorney's letters indicates that the commission likely has much more latitude than it was led to believe. In 3 respects, the commission has the ability to trim down the project's size, but not its units. First, by not completely waiving the objective height and setback standards. Second, by not completely waiving the parking. And third, by not letting the developer inflate its entitlements by combining into one project the massive residential rebuild on the one lot and the minor commercial renovation on the other. The objective standard waiver is the most important issue. Do not confuse under the density bonus law waivers with concessions. Concessions and waivers are governed by different sections with different standards. Concessions under subsection D are based on financial feasibility and hard to dispute. The sole concession here is the first floor residential instead of commercial. Waivers, by contrast, under subsection E are based on physical inability to fit the project onto the site with the legally permitted density, i.e. number of units. Here, fitting the project on the site at that density does not require complete waivers. You can have the same unit density, but a smaller building by having smaller units, lower ceilings, and other measures that the commission favored at their hearing. Applicant told the commission in response that doing that would not meet the financial promises made to the investors, but that's not the standard for waivers. The one key case that the developers cite to argue that we can't limit waivers of objective standards to shrink the buildings down, called Bankers Hill 100, actually had a
James,
holding.
time's up. If you can just say a few more words, I think.
Yeah, actually had a holding that expressly pertained to waiver of subjective, not objective standards. It dealt with a concession, not a waiver, and its dicta regarding waivers confused and transposed the stricter D standard concession.
Okay, James, we got to
Well,
stop.
I would like to provide some additional information there because
We do have a 2-minute limit.
that
James,
that case is not dispositive, and you can send this back to the planning commission for a more nuanced analysis.
so James, if you could possibly put that into the public record, I think that would be helpful. Next speaker, please.
Mark Trump, I live in Kentfield on Hillcrest Lane. I'm a nearby neighbor of the property. I'm appalled at what's been happening with the development and what's been told as the community to accept the purchase price of the developers and the size and scope of the project as are the citizens of the county and the area responsibility for their poor decisions. I want to speak to two things that we've talked about. One is safety. I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I see what happens when people get doored. They get pneumothoraxes, they get hemothoraxes, they break their lungs, they break their scapulas, they break their arms. This is a tremendous public safety issue. Yes, there is parallel parking further down the road, but we're adding additional danger to my kids who ride their bikes to school down that road. This is not something that we can just write off as, oh, it's okay. This is a tremendous harm to public safety. The second is sound. We talked about SEQA waivers earlier. We talked about aesthetics. We haven't talked about the noise that comes from a roof deck. I live in this neighborhood. I live up the hill. Sound travels in this neighborhood. We can't just say, oh, no one's going to go out at night on this deck. No one's going to drink beer out there after work. I don't necessarily want to be hearing all of these new neighbors in my neighborhood making lots of extra sound at off hours. They're adding 68 bedrooms to this lot. We talk about 20 units. It's 68 bedrooms. There's no way they're going to fit all of these people into 36 spots. They're only going to have 2 guest spots. You tell me where these people are going and where they're going to park. This thing's an atrocity. It needs to go back to planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Chad Salter. I live at 1 Murray Lane. I'm on the Estelle side of the property across the
And sir,
street.
you can raise the microphone up. So you don't
Okay,
have to- there.
great. Thank you. Yeah, it's easy. You know, this building is taller than the Wind Cup building. Want everybody to think about that. Right? Think about that. And Larkspur City Council, the mayor, put up the fight for the citizens. We had 500 people petition this project, right? The planning department in that last call did not want to pass this. They were bullied into passing this by the city attorney, and it kept going and kept going and kept going. Fight the fight for the people that pay the taxes here, right? This building is too tall. We're not against development. We're not against affordable housing. We want it. Lower it a little bit, figure it out, right? There's a quid pro quo here between the developers and the owner of the property. This property hasn't been sold yet, right? They're selling this property for 8.5 million or something. Go back to the property owner and say, We need to lower we need to lower the height, and we need a lower cost for the property. Because there is some collaboration here and some collusion here that I think is going on between the owner of the property and the developers. And I think we need to try to work this out. We want development, but it needs to be right. This is totally a huge square peg into a round hole. And I want you to know, I own a building on Magnolia a block away. I have been solicited 4 times in 1 month by local developers, South Bay developers. You know what's going to happen if you pass this. The precedent is going to be set. You need to be careful here.
Thank you, Chad.
Okay?
All right, next speaker, please.
Hi, Kirk Bergstrom, live at 65 Francis, 2 blocks from the proposed development. I'd just like to connect some threads I've heard tonight. The first person that was the attorney, spoke about all the black box elements of this. We can't look at the financials. I would also assert that the traffic study is a complete hoax. All you have to do is look at the traffic on any given day to see what the patterns are. I have real concerns about cars coming out of the complex and going into the complex. They'll be stopped waiting for traffic to pass. That'll further back up traffic, plus the parallel parking. It's just common sense. If you live in this neighborhood and you know the patterns, this is going to have a tremendous effect on traffic and on public safety. And so can the city council request an independent traffic and safety study, not one that was requested by the developer, but one that you request? Let's get the facts so that we can make an informed judgment. And, I think the residents are very aligned around the notion of we're not opposed to development, but let's have it be in scale and in character. I would fight for the 3-story limit. That is not out of line for the developer having, I think, a project that will recoup their investment. And it would do so much in terms of the significant issues around blocking views, blocking light, creating wind tunnels, creating glare. I mean, until this thing is built, we're not going to know what all those effects are, but they will be there. I walk by that tree every day, and it's going to affect tremendously the character of that neighborhood. I could refute almost every one of the benefits that the developer spoke to. They talk about a plaza. Hey, that plaza is going to be up against a 49-foot wall. Do you think that's going to be an inviting space? It'll probably be a wind tunnel of sorts. The impact on children, on bikers, on pedestrians is going to be significant. Traffic coming and going, people parking, and all of that lack of parking is going to spill over into the neighborhood. And that's going to create additional issues itself. So I, like the last speaker, want you to fight for us. This is your job. We're your constituents. We're not happy. We're not trying to prevent development. We just want it in scale and in character with this city. Okay, your job, planning commission, city council, is to thoughtfully plan for the future of this community. Not only for the people that live here today, but the people that will live here in the future, which could be our children or other people. So let's draw the line. And if it means litigation that you have to start, so be it. That litigation might bring the developer back to the table with some common sense, bring the thing down to 3 stories, take care of some of the parking and traffic issues, but let's fight for it. Isn't this worth fighting for? I mean, come on. This is a community that is a beautiful community that's evolved organically over 100 years.
Thank you, Kirk.
Let's not throw it away. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Thank you. I'm Carol Schrumpf and live in Larkspur in the Meadowwood area. I have a few points to make. It's interesting listening to all of you talk, and particularly the lawyer. It sounds like if I'm a developer and I put in 3 or 4 affordable units, you can't stop me from building a skyscraper. That's, I can do whatever the heck I please. Doesn't make any sense. It can't be. And if it is the case, it can't be allowed to stand. The height of this project, apparently the Larkspur, the usual Larkspur height is 25 feet. This thing is basically 50 feet. That's twice the normal standard. How on earth do you justify that? Aesthetics, I'm not sure exactly the quantifiable aspects of that, but as I'm driving down the street and going along and I see older elegant houses and I see trees and greenery, and then, oh my God, there's an elephantine development on a massive scale. You can't say that that's not a huge aesthetic impact of this project. And so I think, well, there's two more points. Traffic, of course, it's going to increase the stop times, and the sort of interfiling of traffic is going to take more time, is going to impact safety. Parking will certainly impact safety, not to mention just it's a scarce resource, and you're going to put in, I don't know how many people will live in this development. So yeah, you should fight for the quality of Larkspur.
All right, Carol.
Things should be built in scale and in character, not, we're not here
Carol,
necessarily.
time's up. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Next speaker, please.
You got my points. Thank you.
I do. Thank you. And sorry, I really hate cutting people off, but I just want to mind the time and get us out of here with a good decision. So I'll give a 30-second warning. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Mayor Polson, City Council. I'm Dave Herzer. I live in Murray Park. I'm a mortgage banker and I finance developers. And I can tell you that it really seems to me that the financial analysis here is kind of BS. You don't have to build this big a building to make a profit. And furthermore, affordable housing in Marin is probably profitable. It's based on the median income, and the median income here is quite high. So I don't think they're going to lose money building affordable housing. I understand that, they can't or won't share their financial analysis with us, so we're not privy to it, and that it would be good for the community to be able to prove that a smaller project is financially feasible. Since this wasn't all that well noticed, since the community has just seen the story polls finally, we haven't had a lot of time to really prepare for that. I understand that we have 5 public hearings that are permitted. I suggest that we use them all, and the community gets some time to prove that it's financially feasible to do a smaller project. What else? There may be no issue with the surveys, but I think the title issue is significant. They may not even own this property. That is something that needs to be researched. The city can't even prove whether or not it owns this property or if they own the property. It sounds like there's an exception on the title policy because of that. And then finally, if this is approved, I mean, it's just, I think I counted 25 cars at Rustic Bakery this morning. There is no way the parking is going to be good enough. And Estelle and Francis and Murray, those residents are going to demand that we have parking restrictions on those streets because it's just going to be mayhem. So,
David, thank you so much.
thanks for your time.
All right, next speaker, please. Looks like we have a few hands raised on Zoom. Yeah, but please come up and we will come back to the chamber one more time if you decide you want to speak. We go to Zoom.
Hi, my name is Eric Adama. I live in Larkspur as well. I don't live in the, in the front or backyard of this project, but I drive by there on the way to the grocery store and to go hiking and running. And, it clearly just does not fit with the context of the community. So I realize that there's a legal struggle here about what's perceived as being required or not. But I really would hope that the council would dig deeper on this, because I do think that there's a lack of information. It's clear that they haven't provided you a detailed financial assessment. It wouldn't be that hard to do one objectively. They're offering to do one rather than share their own. I'm sure this project is highly profitable. All you have to do is to figure out what the profit is the square footage times the expected sale price by the footage minus the costs. You know, it shouldn't be that great of a mystery of what you have to do to tinker this. Obviously, the height is the greatest concern and the bulk and the size. There's no way that this could not be adjusted and still be a viable project. Everyone here is supportive of development, but this is just out of line, and it's, you know, going to change the character of our community. It's really, I think, unfortunate for people to see, and I hope you guys take this seriously. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Eric. Okay. Anybody else in the chamber? We'll come back. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ed Sardi. I too live in Murray Park. I am not opposed to a project there. I'm really not. In fact, I think it's a good thing for our community to have a project there. I am opposed to this project. It's out of scale. I live there, I run there, I drive around there. The parking is going to be an issue. There's going to be increased traffic. There's going to be increased noise. But all of that's going to come with any development. But with a development that's 4 stories, that's out of character, now I've got a problem, because we've got something that doesn't belong here in our community, and we're arguing over finances that we don't know anything about. We seem to not really have a full understanding of the law that allows them to make their profits. And I need you as a community member to dig into this before approving a project that isn't fitting with the community. If I'm here talking, I can guarantee there's hundreds of other people. I know at least 20 people that I've talked to that aren't here tonight that have a problem with this project. Please do as others have asked, and I'm asking you, fight for what we're here arguing about, and do the job that you need to do to represent our interests. I understand that they have an interest too, the developer, but we are the ones who voted you in, and we would like you to represent us and do the things that all of us have been asking you tonight, which is make this a project that is a proper scale and is safe for our community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ed. All right. Anybody else? And again, I'll come back if you may decide to you want to speak after we go to Zoom. So Allison, can you invite the first person in the queue from Zoom?
Our first speaker will be Play Team.
Welcome, Clay.
That's just a corporate name. This is Jeff Lay. I'm the president of the Kent Woodlands Homeowners Association. We represent over 550 homes that are located with an entrance about 2 blocks away from the property. I'm not able really, because we have not taken a board vote, to speak on a formal position that we've taken, but we have heard from many of our residents that are citing safety concerns, privacy concerns, but really mainly parking concerns. I think it's worth it if this was an affordable housing development. It sounds like this is an out-of-town developer that's attempting to exploit a loophole. On parking, I will say that with the residents that are part of the Kent Woodlands Homeowners Association that reside physically on College Avenue, not just past the entrance of Woodland and College, we will be looking to work with the county to likely request Kenfield parking permits for those spots on College. So I just want to have you take that into account. But really, we've heard from many, many people with these concerns for safety, parking, and privacy that I'd like you to take into account. I'm in favor of multiple additional meetings to be held by the council on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next speaker, Allison.
Next speaker is Joan Lubomirsky.
Welcome, Joan.
Hello, Council. I just want to repeat a couple of the points that were made by the other speakers. the applicant has made some business decisions, and that's just fine. But what is happening here is that there have been good ideas that have been raised by the Planning Commission and also by the appellants and the members of the public who are testifying. And as Dave Herzer and others have said, this is only the second meeting of the 5 that are allowed on this. And I think it's just too important to rush this. I mean, I've sat in those chairs and been in long meetings, and this late after all this, good decisions are not made. And so I think the applicant has a lot to think about based on what we've heard this evening. And I would urge you to continue this to another public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Next speaker, Allison.
Looking for any additional raised hands from our Zoom audience members. Next speaker is Katie H.
Welcome, Katie.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a lot has been said, and I know we've just clocked after 10. The one thing I would just urge the council to spend more time on is the traffic studies that have been done. I think they are very, very flawed, and you've seen and heard from the constituents about the concerns that have been raised around traffic and parking. I think the baseline that they've been using in those traffic studies are assuming a full retail plaza relative to what they currently employ, or are comparing it to with a residential development. And so again, I think I would again underscore how important it is to have more meetings like this. I think the community is very, very passionately upset about this development and doesn't feel like they've had time to talk about it. But I think the traffic piece really needs to be unpacked and looked at a little more closely by council, especially as you think about the impact to the communities and to Kentfield. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I interject real quick?
Yeah, thank you,
Point and
Katie. Yes, please.
ask a question of the city manager. I see that it is 10 o'clock now. And I know in past practice, we've had a kind of an informal rule that we close our meetings at 10 o'clock unless we waive that practice.
The council has an adopted formal curfew of 10:30. So if the council at 10:30 has not concluded its business, you'll have to at that time take up the question of whether you want to extend the meeting.
Okay, that's good. I thought it was 10 o'clock, but I apologize for that. Thank you.
All right. So next speaker, Allison.
Next speaker is Julie.
Welcome, Julie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Julie Van Boris. I live on Kent Avenue. I drive by this project every day. As many have said, I do not oppose development in this area. I've been, driving by unoccupied units for a number of years. However, what I see here in this project just truly doesn't make sense for what we need in this community and what we need in Larkspur. As others have said, it's not in keeping with what Larkspur is looking to do. But most importantly, parking, traffic, absolutely, I would say please spend more time looking at this. One thing that stuck out at me listening to this entire hearing is that it feels like the only onus on the developer is to state that it is a financially viable project. And that just doesn't sit well with me. Like that basically all you have to say is I'm building affordable housing, and as long as I can make money, I have to say no more and not disclose anything, not give any details about the financials. And then when pressed for it, to say the reason that it's not financially viable is because you took too much of our time. And that just doesn't seem it doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. I think that as a community, we're all working together to try to build the right thing. As many have said, that you can't even know what the full impact will be of this project until it's built. We need to be thoughtful about this. We need to take time and care and build something that really works for this whole community, for every single constituent. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Carrie Keefe.
Welcome, Carrie.
And Carrie, I'll ask you to unmute. I'll ask to unmute one more time. They don't seem to be able to unmute. I'm looking for any additional raised hands from our Zoom audience members. There's no further public comment on Zoom.
Okay, thank you, Allison. So last call here in the chamber. Then maybe we can check if Carrie can speak. Anybody else here? Okay, and Carrie, is she still inaudible?
You do have an additional raised hand that came up.
All
after
right, let's do it.
close.
Come on.
Next speaker is Camilla.
Okay, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Camilla Baker Adama. I also live in Larkspur. Just another voice here recommending the council reconsider some of the feedback that you've been given tonight and to think through some of the financial obligations as well as traffic considerations and really feedback from this council based on the growth and planning here. You know, everyone is open to new growth and new development, but done in a smart and way that is beneficial to the community and the people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla. All right, anybody else?
Thank you. I'm asking Carrie Keefe one more time to unmute. There's no further public comment on Zoom.
Okay, so then I guess we'll close public comment. And is it correct to say we're closing the public hearing at this point? Okay, thank you. All right, so let's bring it back to the council. Any questions, thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask a question of the city attorney. And I think I know the answer to this, but just to be clear, if we were to decide as a council to approve this project tonight, we would have to do so based upon the findings that are set forth in Exhibit A to the staff report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we can't make those findings, then we can't approve. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so when we get around to it, I'd like to offer some comments on whether we can approve those findings.
Okay, great. Anybody, Scott? Please.
To our city attorney, I have several questions. Let me start by saying I am looking at you as our hired expert. I know some people said that we are not up on the law. I am not up on the law. You are up on the law. And you are the person that I will rely on to explain certain things to me as a council member. So let me go through a couple questions. First, the parking. Okay. Are we required to approve the parking that they have suggested?
Which parking?
Street parking.
No, that you are not required to allow off-street parking in the public right of way around the perimeter of the property.
Okay. Does the project have to have a certain number of parking spaces for it to be approved by the city?
The city code prescribes commercial and residential parking ratios. The ratios for residential have been reduced under the density bonus law. And additionally, the applicants have requested a waiver as to the commercial parking for both lot 1 and lot 2.
So hypothetically, if we were to deny all street parking, would the project have sufficient parking under the regulations to still be for us to still approve it?
The street parking is not being counted as part of whether or not they're is not being counted towards project parking. It's something that they have proposed to basically add additional parking for all aspects of the project.
So whether we approve or deny the parking is irrelevant to approving or denying the project.
Correct.
Okay. Next question. There was an argument made that because this was by one of the attorneys for the appellant, that because the 4th floor doesn't have any bedrooms, it doesn't affect density, and therefore we can deny the 4th floor and that would not affect the project. Am I understanding the argument correctly, first of all?
Yes.
Okay, and in your opinion, Do you agree with that argument?
I do not agree with that argument.
Okay, can you explain why?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
So first of all, the density bonus law says that you have to grant a waiver to modify an objective standard that precludes development of the project at the density proposed. What the applicants have said is that the fourth story has a financial component to it that if that were not allowed, would make it impossible to deliver the affordable units, and therefore there would be zero density. So that's first point. Second is that there've been discussion of a couple of sort of most relevant cases. Without going into the details of them, I think the important aspects of both of them are that the courts have said a few things that are relevant here. One is that that the use of waivers does not allow the city council to redesign a project to reduce the extent to which a waiver is being granted. So in this case, they're requesting to exceed the height limit at the highest point by now 24 feet. What you would be doing by eliminating the fourth story elements would be redesigning the project to say, well, you don't need the additional feet for those fourth story elements to produce the 20 units. This is setting aside the economics aspects of it, but you'd basically be redesigning the project. And that's one of the things that the courts have said you don't get to do just because they're requesting a waiver. Additionally, I think it's important to also consider the Housing Accountability Act aspect of this, which I had mentioned before, and I'll just go ahead and turn to the standard again. So you cannot, under the Housing Accountability Act, condition approval in a manner that renders the housing development project infeasible for development of the affordable units. And again, the applicants have put information into the record explaining that the fourth story elements are contributing to the overall value of the project, which is underwriting the affordable projects. So under the Housing Accountability Act, if you condition the project to reduce those elements, you are conditioning in a way that's making it infeasible to deliver those affordable units.
So hold on. So we close the public hearing. So let us just handle this at this point. Question is what was just said, which is if you have someone who's refusing to share that data and we can't confirm that it's true, doesn't that give a developer, the ability to just make stuff up and we don't have the ability to call them on it?
Okay, well, hypothetically, yes. But first of all, that's what the state legislature has said. Okay. And second of all, I want to be clear that that's not the hypothetical that we're in. The EPS report, which was based on the initial version of the project, was based on information related to this specific project. They did not include that information in the report, but they're basically using a combination of project-specific data and generalized development data to render an opinion about the financials of the project. The CIFL report that the city independently contracted for, that peer reviewed that, reached the same conclusion, and that analysis did look at the 4-story 20-unit project. Additionally, the applicant's attorney has provided additional analysis because of the change of the project, but has provided additional analysis regarding the financial aspects of the 4th-story element, and that's all in the record.
All right. So again, let me make sure I'm understanding that. There was an independent third party that we hired to look at the finance, to look at this project and say, is the 4th floor required to make this project financially feasible, and that independent third party said, yes, they need the fourth floor to make this work.
The city's independent consultant peer reviewed the EPS report and the project as it had been modified after the EPS report, but concluded that based on her understanding of the information in the EPS report, plus what she could independently verify regarding development economics, that the fourth story is contributing to the value of the project in a way that underwrites the affordable units.
All right, now, there were a couple of comments made. One of them was, well, how about if we just, put this over? We have an independent, analysis done that comes back and says, you know what, it's financially feasible to do this with 3 stories. Hypothetically, we do that. Does it matter? Would that give us any ammunition to say, see, it's feasible with 3 stories, so you don't need the 4th story?
It would improve the city's chances of defending a decision to condition the project to only have 3 stories if we had that independent report. But it would, if we didn't have the specific project data, I don't know how, I can't tell you the degree to which it would improve the city's ability to defend that decision. It would certainly help.
Meaning that if we did that and we had an analysis done and they said it is feasible with 3 stories, and then we said, sorry, you can only do it with 3 stories, and then they sue us, and we go to court and we say, hey, we had an independent, thing done saying that you could do it. So, and then they say, yeah, but here's our financial analysis. And, do we win that lawsuit? I mean, how does that play out?
All I can say is that it would help.
It would help.
But I can't tell you that it would be sufficient. And it's also important to bear in mind, as part of the decision making, that the state legislature has shifted this playing field in a way that's disadvantageous to the city by making the city, by providing applicants whose projects are denied or conditioned eligible to receive attorney's fees if they prevail in litigation.
All right. So tell me, so I understand it. And, our job is, obviously representing the community, which includes the 200 people, against this project, but it all includes the 8,000 people that we're not hearing from. So let's say we, people are saying fight for this. Let's say we fight, say, no, we're not going to do it. And they sue us. Okay. Can you give us a feel for what that looks like? What does that cost the taxpayers of Larkspur to fight for this, if that's what we choose to do?
Without giving you numbers, what I would say is that the thing is that you're basically, what you're at risk of is paying double. You're at risk of paying my firm to defend the city, and if we lose, paying the applicant's firm their attorney's fees.
All right. So, do you have any kind of ballpark we're talking about, or is that too hard to do?
If you include an appeal, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Take a stand.
Any other questions? Any other questions from council members? Excuse me, we're not taking public comment right now, please. Thank you. Thank you.
So, my next question is about the traffic. Are we within our right if we wanted to put like a no left turn sign into the complex? If there was an issue or somebody raised something which I thought was valid, somebody wants to make a left turn, they're gonna have to wait for everybody to go. It's gonna be a mess for traffic. Can we put restrictions on, the ability to do something like that?
Generally, yes. I mean, it's a control for the city's own streets, with the understanding that you can't in effect deny access to the property, because that would be a taking under inverse condemnation law.
There's a center lane.
Okay.
For queuing.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you. Sorry if I was like grilling you. I just try to do it quickly.
This is what I'm here for.
So thank you.
Okay, other council members, and we are closing in on that 10:30 witching hour. Yeah, Councilmember Carroll, please.
And I agree on the traffic, the legal issues I'll leave to the three lawyers on the panel. But I do have a question about, I am concerned about the public parking spaces. And I've been involved with Sausalito's Bike and Pedestrian Committee for 4 years, and dooring is a huge issue. And I have a real problem with that, but I am wondering if a condition of the permit, I noticed there's a center lane aspect. And so what I'm trying to get at is I think there are solutions to the bike traffic issues, but they would take years to accomplish going through the usual channels of Transportation Authority of Marin, which I'm now very familiar with how long that process takes, and the other grants that are available. Is there a way to condition approval on a remedy to the bicycle issues? In other words, by requiring the applicant to pay for improvements to bicycle access on the public right of way.
I don't see a path for you doing that. And I want to emphasize a couple of points that I think are getting lost here. All of the design proposals on the road are compliant with existing standards, including those parallel parking spaces, which are to Caltrans standards. So what you're saying is you want to pursue improvements that are above and beyond what's required. And so I don't see where there's a path for you in this particular situation to do that. Vice Mayor Candel's asked a different question, which is, since these particular parallel parking spaces are not needed for the project to be approved, could we just say, thank you very much, but we don't want the parallel parking? That you could do.
Okay.
But you bear in mind, you're removing 4 public parking spaces. So you have to weigh all of this together.
Hey, I think you had, I had a couple of questions.
So since traffic's been mentioned a few times,
Yeah.
I didn't get an opportunity to say there's been some confusion, I think, in what's been stated. So just want to be clear. Parisi worked for the city, not for the applicant. And there's been comments made to suggest that that Parisi, a firm that I think works primarily for a lot of the government agencies in Marin, was somehow manipulated. And I just want to put in the record, that's just simply not the case. They worked for the city as the peer review on the applicant's traffic study. The applicant's traffic engineer is present if you desire to get some clarity about any of these questions. I can't underscore enough the exchange that Councilmember Harf and the city attorney had earlier this evening, that the shift from LOS to VMT as the standards for the analysis of traffic is going to continually result in this situation every time we look at these projects, because the way we have historically looked at traffic is no longer the legal standard for how we're supposed to evaluate the situation.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just make a comment on that. I want to agree with the city manager's comments about Parisi and that firm. The city and municipalities in the county, I guess, have worked with that firm for years. They're a very reputable firm, and I didn't appreciate any suggestions that they were doing anything that was improper.
And I'll just put in the record, if I may, Mr. Mayor, in fact, the firm that the applicant used is a firm the city has often used too. And I think we should take great care in the record of a public hearing when we call into question the professionalism of the people who are working on these projects, including the 2 economic firms that provided the analyses about this project. I've worked with both of those firms as well, and have no concerns about their ability to provide you with professional evaluations.
Okay, I guess I had a couple minor questions, and I think we need to wrap things up fairly soon. And then, a bigger question. So I think one of the points that came up that may benefit clarification was the distinction between waivers and concessions. And I think it might have been Mr. Holmes who said that, we can oppose the waivers. And I think that is the key here is the fourth story is being built, waiving the height restriction. Can you comment on that, please?
Yes, although the answer is the answer that I'd give is very similar to what my answer to one of the questions from Councilmember Candell. So waivers are modifications to development standards where the standard is physically precluding the development of the project at the densities proposed with the incentives. So again, this zoning district has a height limit of 25 feet. The project as now proposed at its highest point has a height of 49 feet. So it's 24. They are requesting a waiver of up to 24 feet over the height limit. The height limit is a standard that would physically preclude the development of the project as proposed. Now, part of what's being, one of the suggestions that's being made, not necessarily Mr. Holmes's, is that that the city does not have to allow all of the waiver granted as long as the density is maintained. But and I addressed that for Councilmember Candell. But I also addressed, I think, Mr. Holmes's point, which is that I think we just fundamentally disagree about the case law, which, as I read it, holds that the city does not get to redesign the project because in its view, they've asked for too much under a waiver. But I do think all of these things are enmeshed together, and that you also have to weave the housing accountability analysis into this. And so even though they are using a waiver to exceed the height limit and get the fourth story, there is an economic element to this that has been documented in the record. And if you condition the project to eliminate the fourth story, you are doing so with an understanding with the record that that you are potentially making the delivery of those affordable units infeasible, which would make it a condition that's prohibited by the Housing Accountability Act, even if it were allowed under the density bonus law. But I don't think that the case law should be interpreted that way.
Okay. And, I guess a simplification is, based on the staff report and even your last comment, the project is legal under SB 330, AB 234, density bonus laws, housing affordability. It's a legal project as far as your opinion goes.
Yes, I mean, I think that they have adequately demonstrated their qualifications for the deviations from Larkspur standards that they're requesting, and that there is sufficient evidence in the record to make the findings after you have taken into account the modifications of standards.
And it seems that one of the linchpins really is that EPS and the Libby cycle. So that is the evidence that's been entered into the record, saying that kind of what drives all this is feasibility. And if you start saying, I don't like it, that's not good enough, the burden of proof is on whom? Is there any way for even the appellants, say we allow the appellants, they can sue on their own without the city. Could they then go and say, we're going to commission a study? I mean, is there a way for them to challenge the economic feasibility and say 3 stories is good enough and you're just going to make a little less money?
Yes, but for the city's perspective, we bear the burden of proof as to if we're going to take the position that it is not economic, that the fourth story is not necessary to essentially underwrite the affordable units, we bear the burden of proving that. And right now, as you say, the record contains the EPS report, the CIFL report, correspondence from the applicant's attorney, statements from the applicants at the Planning Commission hearing, statements from the applicant tonight.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're at 10:30, and I think we have 2 things. Are we going to continue? I guess the council, we need to decide. I don't think we're just going to adjourn with nothing. So I'm not sure what the process is here. We just
have to waive the 10:30 rule.
Sometimes the council simply waives it and keeps going. A lot of times you say you're going to check in again in 30 minutes or something like that.
Okay, well, with respect to everybody in the chambers and online, I'll propose that we go to 11 o'clock. Does that sound reasonable? We'll check in at 11 o'clock. I think we should.
I can go there, but I'm just curious if we did adjourn without a final decision tonight, what would be the time frame for reconsideration, given the calendar that we face over the next 2 months?
Well, I don't think the council has raised any need for additional staff work, so I would encourage you to do a continuation with a date certain to the next regular council meeting. And then it'll just be my task to work with Ms. Fallis and reconfigure the agendas for the next few meetings to deal with that.
Is there any place with caffeine at this hour?
Yeah, and I almost feel that option of, we could, by law have another meeting, and I'm very aware that, rent stabilization and budget and other things were already pretty saturated, but this is an important decision. I mean, on a personal note, I've worked, with Councilmember Harif on the, housing element committee, and affordability and objective standards and aesthetic are very important to me. And I think this is a huge decision, and I hate to rush it. I also watched the 4 hours of the, planning commission meeting, and I saw movement in the right direction as far as reducing height and so forth. And I've really tried to study the issue. I'm not sure how much more. I was originally thinking, the Dord question was really good. It was raised by Julian and Mark Sean. And, I don't know, Sean, if there's anything more to say about that. I'm assuming that, again, the legality of the project, that the city manager just said that the Caltrans standard is being, obeyed, and, there's nothing. I'm not sure. Is there anything that staff can add at this point? I guess is my question, to some of the safety issues or economic feasibility.
Are you suggesting that we would do another study about the on-street parking along Magnolia?
I mean, what I'm hearing from staff is that wouldn't make a difference at
I
this
think
point.
you're essentially hearing competing interests, and you have to weigh them. You have to weigh the need for parking against the concerns expressed here that location for parking feels unsafe to bicyclists. That's what you're weighing, and there's no study we're going to be able to provide you that's going to, I think, in any way better inform you about picking between those two policy choices.
Does the council feel ready to make a decision?
I think they're correct that I don't know how much more information we can gather other than what we have here. The off-street parking, the 18 spaces are not exclusive for this development. They're available for other use for anyone else to use. So I don't think we can change that. I think you wanted.
Yeah, Councilmember Harif, I think you said you wanted to say something about Exhibit A.
Yes, thanks.
Just turned it off.
Thank you. Yeah, that's why I opened with the question, which of course I knew the answer to, about whether if we were to approve this project tonight, whether we would have to do so based upon the making of the findings that are set out in attachment 7.1, attachment 1, section 7.1, which is Exhibit A, which is the list of findings. And I can go through the individual findings that I would find difficult to make based upon the record that I have reviewed and considered, which includes the staff report. As I said earlier, the staff report, public comments that have been submitted and included in the administrative record, and as well as testimony and that we've heard tonight, both from the appellants, the applicant, and from the public. So that's as a general statement. I don't feel comfortable making a number of the findings that are listed in this exhibit. Now, if you like, I can go through those individually and tell you what they are. And if the plan is to entertain a motion to approve based upon my assessment that I cannot make personally some of those findings, I would have to not vote for approval. Now, that said, would you like me to go through the list?
Maybe you can just give us the top two or three, what really
Well, they're
stands out.
not that many of them, and they are all very kind of similar. Oops. And I was gonna raise one under the first category, which is CEQA, but I'm not gonna do that. The next category is use permit LMC section 18.76.050. Which envisions that we would make a finding, number one, that the use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, comfort, convenience, or general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use, nor be injurious to property or improvements in the neighborhood. That's number three under that category. Number four is the use will not be detrimental to the general welfare. I don't feel tonight, based upon my understanding of the record, that I can make either of those findings. In the design review LMC 18.64.050 section, the ones that I've identified that I would have difficulty making is item number 2, compatibility with neighbors. The height, elevations, and placement on the site of the proposed structure or addition are compatible with the prevailing neighborhood character and scale and with the existing pattern of development in the neighborhood and or commercial area. Furthermore, the proposed structure or addition avoids significant or unreasonable loss or interference with privacy, light, solar access, and prominent scenic views. I don't think I can make that finding. Number 3, bulk. The orientation and scale of the proposed structure or addition in relation to the immediate neighborhood minimizes the perception of excessive bulk. The proposed structure or addition employs architectural features and details which accentuate the prominence of the structure. I can't make that finding. Overall design, number 4, architectural features of multiple structures, additions, or design elements combined together in an attractive and visually cohesive manner. And it goes on from there. I can't make that finding. Number 6, public health, safety, and welfare. The location, size, design, and characteristics of the proposed structure are compatible with and will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the persons residing in or working in the proposed structures or in developments adjacent to the proposed project. This includes the layout of the structures, parking, circulation, pathways, landscaping, and other amenities proposed for the site. I don't believe I can make that finding. Moving along to vesting tentative map LMC 17.24.100. 17.626.04. There are a number of items there that indicate that the map shall be denied if any, I'm sorry, I want to skip that. I cannot make the finding under item number 3 of this item. The site is not physically suitable for this type of development. I don't know that I can make that finding. The site is not physically suitable for the proposed density of development. I don't know that I can make that finding. The design of the subdivision or the type of improvements are likely to cause serious public health concern problems. I don't know that I can make that finding, but I can be persuaded on each of those. Not so much the other ones. And I'll skip one and go to the circulation assessment permit. We're required to find and make at least one of the following findings. We may be able to make one or more of these, but certainly I could not make a finding. Number 5, the project provide an overriding public benefit that will sufficiently offset its adverse traffic impacts. Now, I think in consideration of that particular permit, I don't know that we have to make the finding of each one of these items under that listing, but if that's the one we would consider, I wouldn't be able to do that. So in summary, there are a number of proposed findings that we would have to make. again, based upon the record that's before us, and based upon the record that's before us, the findings that I've identified this evening, I do not think I personally could make. So I would have to vote no if the motion is to approve the project tonight.
Okay. Scott?
I have a question for the city attorney. Could you comment on those assessments that and I'm trying to understand with state law, if we can't make these findings, is Councilman Haroff's interpretation correct that we just don't approve the project?
In order to approve the entitlements that the applicant has applied for, you do have to make the findings that are in the code. If you are Councilmember Haroff has identified a number of them that he does not believe he can make based on the record. Other members of the council may feel that the record is sufficient to make those findings. If the majority of you cannot make the findings and do not approve the project, then we will be in the situation that we've now discussed many times tonight, which is that you will have granted the appeal and denied the project. There is risk of a claim from the applicant that the city has violated the density bonus law and the Housing Accountability Act.
Right, but my question for you is you have put in front of us, you must make these findings, right, in order to approve this project. I agree with Councilman Haroff. It's very difficult to approve those, but my understanding was that based on state law, we've got to approve the project anyway, even if we don't have these findings. Am I not understanding that correctly?
I think it's partly just there are a couple of things. One is that there is a difficult fit between codes like Larkspur's that largely were written before significant changes in state law. They're not as aligned as they could be, would be one way to put it. But it remains the case that the applicant has, to develop this project, has to apply for certain things under the Larkspur Code. The Larkspur Code, as written, requires you to make certain findings based on the record. Making those findings depends on the evidence. Under normal circumstances, if you did not believe that those would be that there's sufficient evidence to make them, you would have a great deal more discretion to deny the project or condition it so that you could make the findings in a way that would not subject the city to significant risk of litigation under state law. The current situation is that if you believe that you cannot make the findings, then you would not be in a position to approve the project. There's no way to approve the project without making the findings. But if you don't approve the project, then there is risk of a claim from the applicant that you have violated state law.
Right, but so my question for you is, we don't approve the project hypothetically. We're following Larkspur law, which says that we can't approve the project if we don't make the findings. Is that in violation of state law? And I mean, I would assume state law trumps local law, and that if we follow our code in violation of state law is a potential problem.
Well, so first I want to point out that your staff has gone to great lengths to build a set of findings based on the evidence in the record to provide you with the ability to make those findings. Whether or not you agree, is up to each individual council member, but staff has gone to great length in those exhibits to identify the evidence in the record that supports the ability for you to make those findings. So it is there. So if you don't agree with that, or you think you think other evidence is to the contrary, you can make that judgment. But the substantial evidence standard allows you to choose, but it does allow you to say, well, some evidence may be against this finding, but other evidence is in favor of it, and staff has identified the evidence that's in favor of it. So there is evidence in the record to be able to make those findings. I want to be clear on that point. But if you choose to focus on other evidence, you have the ability to do that. Under Larkspur's code, you can deny the project, but state law does prevail. And there would be risk of a claim from the applicant that you are in violation of state law by doing that.
Right. So we would go, hypothetically, we go to court and we say, Judge, we followed Larkspur law. We were the judges and we had to make findings, and we did. And based on our findings, we had to deny the project under local law. And the judge says, I don't care, because state law trumps it and you had to approve the project anyway, regardless of your findings.
Well, I do want to, I want to emphasize there is evidence in the record to make the findings.
I know, but we're as the triers of fact here can choose to, judge that evidence as we see fit.
Yes.
Right. So hypothetically, we list all the evidence and we say, you know what? I don't think based on the record, they met these findings. We go to court, right? And we say,
the judge will not care about Larkspur law.
So they're going to say you followed Larkspur law. However, we are finding against you because you violated state law.
They're going to evaluate whether or not you complied with state law.
And by denying this project, it is your opinion that we will be violating state law.
I think that you would be at risk of a claim.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify why I did what I did a moment ago. That was an expression of my own personal views based upon my own reading of the record and the evidence, and it was not intended in any way to detract from the hard work that staff put into the preparation of the staff report and other materials that we were able to consider this evening. That said, I believe I have a personal obligation to myself and to the community to make my own assessment of the record and the extent to which the evidence supports the making of those findings. And again, we have to make the findings or else we will be in violation of our own law. That may subject us to litigation risk. That litigation risk may be more or less important to different members of the council, and that's fine enough. And I didn't make that statement lightly because I know that other members of the council are likely to disagree with me. But that said, I couldn't in good conscience say, based upon what I know of this case, that I could make those findings. So I really felt I had no choice but to make that statement.
Thank you, Councilmember Carroll.
If I heard the other comment correctly, he said at this time, is there a possibility of him either would the burden to provide additional proof fall on our staff or on the applicant? If Mr. Harrell's objections could be answered by either. Sounded like he said at this time and what he's presented at this moment, if he could elaborate on specifics, could they be addressed by either our staff or the applicant?
And the answer to that from my perspective is almost certainly no.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Sorry, one more question. We had discussed the possibility of, I had discussed the possibility, as somebody had mentioned, if there was an independent report that came out and said the project would be viable with 3 floors, and the independent report said yes, and the response was, well, that would be useful if somebody was to bring a lawsuit against us, that would justify us saying, hey, that it was a right to be able to put that condition on. So hypothetically, if we chose to do that, can you tell me the time frame, the cost, and if you think, I know, and to Dan, I'm talking, I know you have a lot of faith in our people that we've already hired, and your opinion maybe it's a complete waste of time because they're going to say the exact same thing. But I think it might be a different question. The question is not, do we need the fourth floor to make it viable? It's, can we make it viable with 3 floors? And I don't know if you think that would be a waste of our time and resources.
So my understanding of the way these types of analyses are done is that the individuals who do them are well versed in the variables and factors that go into a project of this nature and what the general costs are that are uniform across all of these types of projects, what the general return could potentially be on this type of project. And then they do factors to adjust it for where the project's actually located. I think the only thing that's going to get you the answer I think you're trying to seek is the input data that you'll never get. You will not be privy to some fundamental aspects of the developer's pro forma that they're entitled by law to hold as proprietary information. And in the absence of having that, I don't know that I can think of a professional person I've spoken to, because they would just be having to guess what those initial numbers are or not that go into the foundation of the analysis.
Meaning the cost of purchasing the property. I mean,
That would be one. That would be one.
I mean,
What
because
those
everything
acquisition
else
costs.
isn't everything else just, you say, hey, if you want to build this project, and then see what numbers they come up with, or that's not realistic. No.
Again, I think the folks we use are perfectly capable of, if they had all of that information, they could tell you whether or not a project's viable at different scale. But I really think in the absence of having that particular aspect of the data, every professional is going to come back to you and say, this is my understanding of the current development market. This is my understanding of what questions you're asking about the scale of this development. And based on my professional opinion, the arguments that this developer is making are valid.
Okay, thank you.
So since it's 10:52, I just want to check in with the council. I feel like with all the appellants' information, I know we were well briefed, and I do appreciate what staff has done, and there's a huge body of data and evidence and public record. I am not compelled to make a decision tonight. I think we can agendize this for another meeting. I'd personally like to, really go over everything that I've heard and written down. And I just want to see if other council members feel the same way.
I agree.
Councilmember Carroll.
I agree.
Can we schedule? Our
Could-
calendar is.
Well, again, I think my advice is to go to the next regularly scheduled council meeting. I don't think you have put anything out there that necessitates expanding the record. I think you're at the point of saying it's 11 o'clock and you need more time to digest the record and deliberate. So I don't think you need to delay this.
Yeah.
I don't think that'd be fair to all parties. So I think you should say you're carrying this over, continuing this public hearing to the next regular meeting, which is May 3rd. Okay.
However, the public hearing is closed at this point, right? We're not going to hear any more evidence or comment.
So this is what I was going to say. One option that you can consider is to be clear that you are going to resume, at the next meeting, you are going to resume this item as council deliberations. You are still obligated under the Brown Act to take additional public comment, but you can defer that until after you have completed your deliberations. You can do it before you take a final vote, but you can just pick up where you are right now in terms of deliberations. No staff presentation, no hearing from the appellants and the applicants, only public comments as mandated by the Brown Act. That is an option. I'm not saying you have to do it that way, but it would be a way for you to simply pick up where you are right now.
Yeah,
Okay, sounds like we have a consensus. I want to first express a lot of appreciation for all of you sitting here, whichever side of the issue you're on, and for all of you out there in Zoom. And it is very long, and I hate to, feel like we're kicking the can down the road, but I really think that all of you agree there's been a lot of different sides presented and a lot of different legal dimensions, financial dimensions, people's feelings about this project. And I personally think that a couple of weeks of really thinking it over and asking some hard questions will benefit me, and I think the other council members too. So with that being said, are there any other comments before we adjourn? Okay, so it's 10:55 and we are done tonight. Thank you so much.